is still to be determined. Speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking at some news around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Schoen said, quote, "We'll see what happens down the road," when asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request. ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 overall. And Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones said the Cowboys have had no one call with interest in George Pickens regarding a potential trade. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join Schopp & Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who's being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
I wore shorts today. It is warm. It's raining. It rained hard. First thing I saw this morning when I woke up was a flash of lightning. So thunderstorms rolling through a little bit. And good morning, Jeremy and Joe. 59 degrees right now. High of 69 degrees, 3 o'clock. Mm-hmm. But if you look at the weather map, it's one of those where, I can't even see anything underneath this massive storm system that's rolling through.
You have to expand it out to see like how big it is.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
The whole screen.
Same. Like woke up to lightning. Oh, let me see the radar. Whoa. Okay, the whole screen is yellow with red in the middle. Let me make it bigger. And then I don't know, I didn't really feel it driving in though.
It wasn't
not the red part, the green part.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't run from your car to the door.
That's what I was expecting. Like, I'm going to have to go out and run through the rain. It's going to be, hail, maybe? That was on the alert that I saw.
Really? Wow.
Nothing, though. No,
right.
No hail. No hail.
So patchy, it was referred to on BEN this morning as like a up and down warming trend, and this is, whatever, April
showers.
April, yes, that's what they say.
That's been said.
April showers, yes. Good morning. Sabres Bruins it is. And I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no. You cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose to Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that there may be a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com, for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round one because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal, got really hot down the stretch, and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And, yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Ullmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets if you win a division. And Ullmark has been playing a lot better. So he has had great seasons and then cratered in the playoffs anyway. So I'm not sure he will continue this when he gets there. But I didn't want to take that risk. I didn't want to take the risk of, yeah, they will get the saves. And then if I get that, it's, okay, well, I got a 3-line team with a great blue line that can play fast, but also can play super physical. They always have the puck. I don't have to play that team. Instead, I've got to figure out how to beat a goalie. That's what you're going to have to do with Boston. And I got to shut down one line. Yeah. That's it. Like, Ottawa, you had a lot of questions to the test that you had to solve. Match them physically, figure out how to skate by them. The goaltending piece of it should have been easier. Their blue line, which are active, and Sanderson and Shabbat, they just have really good guys back there. And Boston, I just feel like I got to do 2 things. That's it. Maybe they're not easy things to do, but if I match their top line and Luukkonen can match Swayman, the Sabres are going to win this series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're a deeper team. They've got more depth of scoring. They've got better second, third, fourth lines. Like, the Pasternak line is the one to really be worried about, right? He has 100 points on the season, 29 goals, 71 assists. And the last time these two teams played, Boston did win. It was a game that the Sabres did not look particularly good in, which has not happened a lot here. Mm-hmm. But Sabres, Bruins, the Sabres do not win the season series, in part because they played earlier in the season before Buffalo had really figured out who they were.
Yep.
But this season, the Sabres win one game 4-1, and Boston wins 4-3 on March 25th in the most recent edition of this matchup.
In overtime.
In overtime.
So
that's right.
That they will not play 3-on-3 if that game goes the same way.
Overtime,
so it
and
could be different.
They kind of lost Pasternak in this game. Felt like they might not have had their game. Anyway, it's Sabres and Bruins. What does everyone remember from the last one? The last Sabres-Bruins series. There's
Miroslav Shatan.
Scoring on Ryan Miller in
I remember
game
him
5.
I remember him all series being a headache.
He was good.
It was like, what he's turning back the clock, because I think he is got to be in his mid-30s by that point. And I'm pretty sure he was their best. I think he might have led them in scoring in that series.
He had 5 points, which was tied for the team lead.
Okay.
He had 5 points. You know who led the Sabres in points?
I do know the answer to this question.
It was a tie.
Yeah, but the name at the top is pretty hilarious. Marc-Andre Grignani?
No.
Oh, that's the last playoff series. That's not the Boston series.
Philly.
Okay, Vanek? No, Vanek got his ankle chopped off. Pominville.
Yeah, Vanek had 3 points in 3 games. He tried to play late in that series. He got his ankle chopped off. It was Pominville. And I was driving in this morning thinking about the last time these two teams played, and I came in and double-checked, and the points would say it. The thing I remember about that series is that the 2 best forwards they had, Vanek again gets knocked out, were Tyler Ennis and Tim Kennedy.
Yeah,
Kennedy.
Ennis was a rookie.
Yeah.
Like, it just showed up, hadn't played the whole year.
Part of the frustration of that series was they show up and they just couldn't do anything offensively. I mean, Pominville had 4 points in 6 games. Vanek 3 points in 3 games. But Ennis and Kennedy are right there at the top of
Yeah.
the score sheet. Like, you didn't get anything else really from anybody.
Ennis had played 10 games that regular season.
Yeah.
So, like, he had not played.
Brand
all year.
new. Miller's save percentage in that series was a .926, and they lost it in 6 games. They couldn't score.
Yeah.
They couldn't score.
Yeah, 15 goals in 6
After
games.
right after the game one. Sorry, wait, I'll pull up the entire series because they win game 1 and they are winning game 2.
Yep.
And when Vanek gets his knee chopped / ankle chopped, it's like a high ankle. Everybody it was over. I remember being in the building and Vanek's getting helped off, thinking, "Uh-oh." The Bruins then go on to win that game, and it felt like you lost the series. Because you lost Vanek and you lost the game.
It was on a breakaway, wasn't it?
Partial, kind of.
Partial breakaway.
It was definitely a rush. He was getting in, and there's one thing about the playoffs we were about to refamiliarize ourselves with, is that now it's okay to hurt people on purpose. Pretty much.
Right.
Now you can just, smash a dude's knee, and it's 2 minutes, and that guy's out for 5 games.
Yeah. Vanek did score, by the way, in the game he came back in game 6, which I'm sure he was injured in.
Oh, yeah.
Like 100%,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And he scored in that game. So, I mean, pushing him to 6 without the ability to score, it speaks to the season Miller was having, right?
Yep.
That was the Vezina year. That's the Olympic year. He had never been better. They were the favorite, too, because that is before the Bruins are a juggernaut. Maybe that is their ascent right there, right? That season, that playoffs. Because as a 6th seed, and they hadn't made the finals yet, that would have been the following year. They hadn't maybe won a round in forever. Like, the Bruins were not... I remember going into that series, like, who were the Boston Bruins? Like, there was no intimidation in my mind. Like, what I had known about them was, like, Sergei Samsonov and, Andrew Raycroft and, like, these teams that weren't really all that good. Like, Thornton, but then it was the Thornton trade. This is the team that got smoked in a trade of their best player. And has never been good really in my entire lifetime. I don't think they had ever been good in my lifetime leading up to that point. They weren't good in 06, right? 07?
No, not really. No.
So, like, the Bruins had no reputation whatsoever for me personally the last time they had played. But I didn't have the memories of Brad Park or the 90s playoff series or any of that. They were just kind of there. And then every single moment after they win that series, it's, Chara and Lucic and Marchand and Bergeron, and this thing's just going to be good for 10 years? Okay. And big and a bully, and now I hate them as much as any team and logo and the goal horn and Jack Edwards. Oh, I'm ready to fire back up the hate machine on the Bruins so much. All of it. I saw a tweet last night. I go, remember guys you hate that were on the Bruins. I'm like, Adam McQuaid comes right to mind for me. I'm ready to go with, let's get back to hating some Bruins. Even though this team doesn't have a lot of those same people still.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The entire East is set. I'm just waiting for either a Sabres or a Bruins insider to drop the old, like, hey, Saturday, 5 p.m. Just give me that.
How sure are we it's going to be like Saturday afternoon, though?
I feel that sure. I feel...
Sorry, Saturday afternoon or early evening. Like one of the 2 time slots, 2 o'clock or 5 o'clock.
And not on Sunday.
Not on Sunday, not Saturday night, no Monday nonsense. Like
Definitely no Monday.
No, like it's Saturday. Like I think one of the early 2 Saturday games, I would bet heavily it's one of those 2 games.
Yeah.
Just connecting dots and where games typically go, time zones, when basketball plays. Like, I just think it all kind of adds up to this game will be one of the first 2 games. That doesn't have to be right, but I feel like where the wind's blowing on it.
Yeah, if it's the first game, that'll be fine. Like, I'm into that. I'd like it to be the second game. I'd go a little bit later in the afternoon. If I could pick,
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock Saturday sounds great. I think 5 o'clock Saturday sounds great. We can all go out to the bars and watch that first game and see some playoff hockey and then filter in for our playoff hockey, get back the matchup. All right, so how do you like the matchup? 803-0550. And the second part is, what are we all saying we are expecting, okay with? When the Bills broke their drought, I want to say we didn't care if they scored a touchdown in the Jacksonville game. And they didn't.
They did not.
They didn't. But I don't think...
They really didn't.
Nobody really looks back at that game as a missed opportunity that I've talked to. Like, you say, yeah, they lost, whatever. They weren't that good of a team, but they made the playoffs. They end the drought, and no one's upset. So that was the biggest ever example of house money. You broke the drought. We don't think you're good enough to win the whole thing. Let's go win a playoff game. Okay, you lost. You didn't score a touchdown. So be it. Then there's seasons where, for the Bills, of course, the regular season doesn't matter at all. You get to the playoffs, and now this is the only thing that matters. For the Sabres and expectations, what's 0506? So 0506, they're very, very good, and maybe we're thinking house money, and we have heartbreak more than we have disappointment. 0607 is, of course, disappointment because it was all pressure. 2009-10 and 10-11, there's a division win where you lose to Boston. That felt like a big, big letdown. And then the following season, they run to the playoffs, and it feels like a missed opportunity because you were up on Philly with a lead in Game 6, and you let it get away. So the series itself can kind of define how we feel about how it goes. But how far do they have to go? How far do we think they can go? What's your pick, everybody out there? What's going to happen here? You going to beat Boston in this series? And then we'll talk after that?
Yep.
What's the right expectation to have for them? I feel like you should be expecting that they win this series. They are the better team. They've been better the whole year. Goal differential's not that far apart. Boston's not bad. Boston's very good at home. Very good at home. And on the road, not too great. 16, 16, and 9 away from home. The Sabres, by contrast, are 24, 13, and 4.
Yeah.
Very good away from home. So you feel like win a game in Boston. I mean, I don't want to go ahead and say like Sabres in 5. Sometimes that sounds like you think it's a blowout. But you could win 5 or 4 one-goal games. But I feel good. I feel like they should win this series, even though they lost to Boston in the regular season a couple times.
I think you've got to expect they're going to make the second round. I think they have to beat the Bruins, not because just because they're the Bruins and it's Boston, because I think they got the easiest team that you could play in the Eastern Conference. Like, they get the reward of this. This is the team that got outshot all year at 5-on-5. This is the team that by expected goals for percentage is the worst team in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Perfect.
By a lot, by the way. They are 27th on the league. And
an expected goal share?
An expected goal share. Woof. San Jose, Toronto, Vancouver, Seattle, Chicago. Those are the only teams that were worse this year. I mean, they have
the
goalie, and you go down their numbers, scoring chances. They've given up more scoring chances than they have this year. High danger chances, the same thing. And then I get to save percentage, and they're 4th in the league. That's just at 5-on-5. Like, that's what they are. That's what makes them dangerous. Swayman is really good. They almost kind of remind me maybe of that 2010 Bruins team. You got to beat the goalie. Are they going to be able to score? I don't think they should be able to. Should they be able to defend even? Like, their blue line, to me, is not wildly impressive. I think the right expectation is they win a round. I would be supremely disappointed if they did not beat the Bruins in this series. I don't want to go too far. It's hockey. Things happen, right? Like, could they lose in 7? Absolutely. But I feel like they could also win the series in 5. They are, I think, miles the better team. It's just going to come down to, can Luukkonen match Swayman? And if you tell me that's going to happen, I think the Sabres should win this series easily. They also, on that side, are not, this is not Bergeron and Marchand and Chara and Lucic and Krejci. This is not a team loaded over on the Boston side with, well, we've been to the Stanley Cup Finals and we've won cups and we've been deep into the playoffs. Like, sure, if some of those guys, Pasternak, I think, has been to the finals. Maybe when he was a rookie, he was still hanging around there. But Morgan Geekie and Elias Lindholm and Fraser Minton and the new kid James Higgins, who they're all excited about. He's played 2 games in the National Hockey League. So, they don't have this team filled with guys that have gone deep into the playoffs. They don't even have that element. Maybe they have more than the Sabres, but not to the extent that I'm sure their reputation would be. I just don't see where the Bruins have this significant advantage over the Sabres. I don't know what it would be. Even the last game they played, I almost came away feeling relatively good about that game. The Sabres lost to the Bruins because I felt like they played horrible.
Yeah.
And they went to overtime. They still pushed the game to overtime, and they played 3-on-3, which they won't have to do in this series. So I think they can. I mean, I do believe as they've won the division here and what their path is now set up to be, that, yeah, they could, I think you have to say they could win the whole thing. Because if you can't say that about them, I just don't know how many teams you're willing to say that about. Is it 2?
Yeah.
Is it 3?
It is kind of funny. They won their season series with both Tampa and Montreal.
Yeah.
And they lost their season series with Boston.
Right. Well, part of that, again, is they didn't play Tampa until, February?
Yeah, when they got...
And they had played multiple games in October against the Bruins when they had all their injuries and everything.
803-0550. Let's get to some phone calls on this. Sabres, Bruins. Who's ready? Rich in Lakeview. Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Welcome to today's episode of Old Man Yelling at Clouds in anticipation of a wonderful weekend of playoff hockey in Buffalo. Listen, in the same vein of detesting Mr. Brightside as our football anthem about a dude accepting he's second best in his own relationship, the whole manufactured saberhood thing, the full outrage over river hockey. Come on, guys. You can't say river hockey and take a slight against it, even though it's wink, wink, when we tout the Harlem Globetrotters. River hockey's awesome. Every time I see the Sabres do anything like Globetrotters, I'm like Russell Crowe yelling out, "Are we not entertained?" Right? But worst of all, going into the playoffs, after the Sabres spent, got Megan Chaika with an astrophysicist degree to do analytics, and we still can have a drinking game with Rob Ray telling us we got to get pucks to the net. We're going to have to endure national broadcasts with the Boston Bruins. And I always say Shoresy isn't a comedy show. It's a documentary. And we're going to have the Bro-Do Guy panel just fawning over anything they do. Yo, Pasta, this is busy. You got the offense going there in the cycle in the third period. Yeah, Pasta, this is anger. Dude, I don't want to hear that stuff because, I want to enjoy it. I think our local guys are doing great. And just to have to suffer through, it's going to be great to watch the games. Hopefully I can get to the party in the plaza so we can get our guys piped through. But our biggest thing, listen, how they do, I'm going to save my judgment for the first couple games. It's just going to be great to get back there. But I think the most insufferable thing is going to be like having to listen to the Bro-Do panel fawn over a team that finished how far behind. Yeah, the season record wasn't great. But if I hear Pasta one more time, I'm just out of it. Dude, You guys do a great time. Fight the good fight. Let's enjoy these next couple of weeks and go Sabres, eh?
Thanks, Rich. The good news is what you're saying you don't want is what is going to make this great. Because we're finally back to universally, as a community, we will hate this team again. We will hate the way they talk about them. We will hate the entire area of Boston. We'll hate all the pasta references. We'll hate the Spit and Chicklets guys, right? Absolutely going to hate them again because they can't help but hide their Boston roots maybe not, whatever.
Biasy.
Sure. I can think back to, of course, like I've got, how many messages I've got about bringing back the Bees is the best, which was the bit we did.
The Bees is the best.
You remember that, or are you too young for that?
No, I remember.
Yeah?
I remember that.
The Bees is the best. That skit we used to do on the show that came from I went to Yukon for a trip. Niagara's playing the Yukon hockey team, and it was right at the height of when Vancouver and Boston were really bitter rivals.
They were in after the finals?
After the finals.
The
next year, after the finals, Vancouver was coming to Boston, and it was very bitter, blah, blah, blah. And the Boston radio that day, the way they were talking about this upcoming game was parody, and it birthed the Bees is the best because all they kept talking about how it was going to be a bloodbath. How many ambulances you think they're going to need for this game? Lucic is probably going to murder a guy. I swear he's going to kill a guy on the ice. And that was real. I'm listening to the radio thinking, this isn't a joke. It's kind of like Rich's call here that Shoresy is a documentary. All of the bit stuff about the way they talk about hockey is real. All the time, it's real. I think Boston's going to score 10. That's what they'll say today. That, the Sabres are small and soft, and they're going to smash Darlene in the face, and it's all real. But that's the good news. We will hate them. I mean, last time these two teams played, all I wanted was somebody to smash Zadorov in the face. He was out there doing whatever he wanted.
Oh man, he is going to be.
He's going to be a
He's
problem.
going to be public enemy number
you
one.
have to make
in short order.
You better be ready to make sure. Is Logan Stanley going to drop the gloves with Zadorov? You better. That's what you're here for, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What did Zadorov do last time? He elbowed Doan in the head.
Yeah.
He took a late shot. It was one game, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, how could they let this guy get away with this stuff? Now we're going to the playoffs?
Yeah, he was running around, and he's going to do that in the series. There will be a questionable hit
From Zadorov. For sure.
in every game of the series.
I'm not about to let Zadorov and Middlestat end the Sabre season. Like, not that I have anything to say about it, but
And Yoki Haru.
Henry Yoki Haru.
I mean, just former Sabres galore over there on the Bruins.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. Also want to talk about the Sabres and their receipts from yesterday, which is a very fun bit that they did. So we'll get to that. You can join us. If you're on hold, stick with us. Give us a call. What's the proper expectation? How do you like the Boston matchup? Joe Marino coming up top of the hour on the draft, which is 8 days away. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
And less pain at the pump, check out Honda, America's most fuel-efficient, full-line automaker, featuring Honda's award-winning hybrid lineup, including Civic Hybrid, Accord Hybrid, and CR-V Hybrid, with all three making the Car and Driver 10 Best list. So whether it's a trip across country for vacation or just across town for practice, Honda helps make your ride more affordable. For deals that are easy on gas and easy to afford, see your upstate Honda dealer today.
Sabres Bruins it is. And
Yeah.
I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no, that you cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that there may be a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com, for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round one because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal, got really hot down the stretch, and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And, yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Allmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets.
The matchup is set. The Boston Bruins, after their win, will roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time and day this weekend is still TBD. Speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time, every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, pregame at 6, right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Schoen said, "We'll see what happens down the road." When asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request, ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add wide receiver at number 14 overall in the draft. And the Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones said the Cowboys have had no calls with interest on George Pickens regarding a potential trade. In other news, NFL reporter Diane Rossini resigned from The Athletic following photos being published of her with Mike Vrabel. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1, and the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
They're watching the playoffs more than some of the cities with the teams in the playoffs, and they can't get in the playoffs. And they're not making it this year, and it makes me sick to say I love you, Buffalo. I love you. But I'm sorry.
0.00%.
0.000%.
Ryan Whitney of Spittin' Chicklets, they put him on a billboard, the Sabres did.
Yeah.
Sabres yesterday, if you're not chronically online, like a lot of us are, the Sabres admin at the Buffalo Sabres Twitter account started posting receipts.
There's a burn book.
There's a burn book. If anybody out there wants to do this with me, I'm prepared to, let's pretend this is like NCAA sanctions and self-report.
Yeah.
I will self-report potentially my worst tweet of the season about them. I know what it was.
Okay.
Actually, I probably don't know what it was. I just know this one was, it looks so good right now. I wrote, "Wave UPL now" in all caps.
Wow. I mean, I should talk. I'm
hold
sure
on.
Something like that.
Can anyone guess when that happened? Because I remember.
I bet I know.
I remember when I wrote it, and it felt, it felt right at the
Was
time.
it when he allowed a goal to Dakota Joshua against the Toronto Maple Leafs when they tied it late?
I don't think so.
I've never been more mad at a goalie than that goal.
It might have been. I thought it was a game in Pittsburgh. The
Okay.
Sabres clawed and scratched their way to tie a game, and then he went and did something weird out of the net and gave one right back. And it was, I can't believe he just destroyed the entire team.
Yeah, I knew the second you said that was when that happened, because I remember you texting. I don't know if it was me or the chat. Like, what is happening?
You just can't have that.
This is
you
not.
Can't have that.
This is not okay anymore.
Yeah,
this needs to stop.
Yeah. So like self-report your own. All right, maybe that was a bit misguided. Yep. But at the same time, as the Sabres were going through that exercise yesterday at their social media, posting receipts, I started thinking about the quickest turnarounds, not just seasons, but opinions. And, of course, is the one we compare everyone to when the Bills drafted Josh Allen. The Bills draft Josh Allen, and that was not a very popular move at the time.
No.
Sure, some people liked it, but a lot of people are really nervous about that, myself included. I remember I posted a Twitter poll the day of the draft and listed the top 4. Like, who do you want? Might have been Baker, Lamar, and the 2 Joshes. Or I don't know if Sam Darnold would have been in there, whatever. But the final results, Allen got 6% of that vote. 6.
Yeah.
Which is a low number. What percentage of Sabres fans would have thought they could have turned it around from last to make the playoffs? It's probably less than 6.
Less than 6.
And how many thought they could go all the way to the division?
0. 0.000.
So, much like with the Allen history looking back, the Sabres this year is even more of a we can all look back and say, well, we were mad. We were mad. And isn't it kind of funny that that's how it all went? Now we're all happy.
Everyone's good now. Everyone's friends now.
Everyone's
right?
good. Everyone's friends.
And, we just have a burn book.
And if you're someone
along the way, too.
When they were last in the East thought, like, I still said they were going to make it. Well, like, good for you. Congratulations to you. Many of us did not.
No, as, logic would have kind of led you to, right?
Right.
What was the reason? What was the 3%, 4%, whatever it was,
that you
thought they
they'd
were
make
going to
it?
turn it around? Well, other than, the Blues did it 6 years ago,
Yeah.
what was the reason why they were going to do it?
Maybe you thought they just haven't been healthy. They deserve better.
Okay.
Early in the year, they were banged up a lot, right? And Darlene's out and on leave.
Yep, that's right.
Like, maybe
that would have been the most defendable position, I think, to get to. Okay, this is actually going to turn around. There is no offense, I think, at all for anybody should take. And you didn't believe they were going to do this when it's been 15 years of buildup to, of course they're not going to do this. We've done this before.
Yeah.
Last at Thanksgiving. That's not new. One of the other years ever been different. So it was always going to be a year where you weren't expecting it to happen. I'm not sure if you would ever set the not expecting it to happen in December, right. But whenever they made it, it was always going to be a year where you weren't expecting it. What's the scenario in which everyone going into the year was going to say they're going to make it this year?
Yeah, unless they signed McDavid.
Right. It wasn't going to happen.
But the Sabres posted, and they're great sports about this, like the playoff receipt. And some of them are kind of funny to read. Like here, the first one at the top is worst team in hockey again on December 9th. They were close. That's not that wrong.
Yeah, they were the worst in the East.
Yeah, the second one, out of the playoffs before Christmas on December 8th. That was also true.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
I've got to have something bad. I made the Instagram post, but I got, they let me off the hook big time because mine was just pray for the Sabres admin. And I looked it back, and I have no idea why I tweeted that the day I did, which was March 27th of 2025. You know what happened that day? They beat the Penguins 7-3.
Yeah.
Why on earth was I tweeting pray for the Sabres admin? They won the game.
I have no idea.
Maybe did they lose a draft pick? They're not like draft pick, like important draft position. I don't know. I don't remember what that possibly could have been.
803-0550. Get some more phone calls in here. Sabres Bruins in the first round. It is locked in. The entire Eastern Conference board is locked in. We'll see if we can get the schedule sometime soon. I'm hoping they just kind of realize, hey, we can give people the first couple games early. We don't have to wait for the West to get the East schedule out.
I hope not, because the West we're not going to know until Thursday night. Like, actually, when are those games even being played? Those games are going to be late, right? Like, because the Kings play. So, like, we're not going to know the official bracket. Like, the Kraken and the Avalanche play at 10 o'clock. I guess that game doesn't matter to who plays who. Edmonton, they play at 9.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't want to wait.
Do we have to wait till Edmonton finishes at 11:30 on Thursday night? Like that seems ridiculous.
So midnight Thursday, I find out what time I'm going to a game on Saturday. And it's more than that. When we're waiting for the Bills schedule, it's, all right, are they home in week 1? I can start to make plans. With this Sabres schedule, it's when would the 7 potential games of this series be? How should I start to plan my life around all of this? Ethan in Buffalo. Ethan, good morning.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
Good. Very good.
I'm doing very good. So my expectation for the Sabres this year, it's not like 2023 at all where we just missed out by a point if we did make it. It's like, all right, cool, we're here. Probably get swept by the greatest regular season team in history in Boston. I think this year you got to win the first round. And honestly, I could see us having a run kind of like, do you guys remember the 2012 Phoenix Coyotes at all?
Is that the team that made the Western Conference Finals?
Yeah, and then they ran to the freight train of the greatest 8th place team in history in the LA Kings.
Yep.
Except I don't think it's going to be like that. I feel like we can make it to the conference finals. I mean, obviously we'll see what happens in the second round, but there's definitely a team that can make a run. They're like one of the hottest teams in the past, 4 months? So I definitely could see us winning the first round. I want to see what your guys' thoughts is on it.
I think conference finals is totally realistic.
And once you're there, how often does a team get to that point and do you think they can't win it? I guess that does happen. Injuries will be a big factor, right? Like if you win a series but you're down, your top scorer, and you're going into the next series trying to win 4 out of 7.
I mean, that would just they imply they're going to win a series that they're favored in by a good amount against the Bruins.
What's the line in this series?
Minus 180.
Okay.
And like some of the advanced stat sites have them around like 60% to win it, which amongst the series that we have confirmed so far is as big a favorite as there is, except for Tampa. Tampa's a bigger favorite against Montreal. They're minus 250. There's like a big gap. Like Buffalo's pretty close to Pittsburgh's right below as a favorite, and Dallas is a lot lower, but Tampa's a huge favorite. Buffalo's a good favorite. But them going out and beating the Lightning or the Canadiens in a series after beating the Bruins is not crazy at all to me. They could beat those teams.
Yeah.
We've talked about what that would look like head-to-head all along the way, so I think anything is realistic. Like, we haven't really dove in on like what they would look like in a matchup against Carolina, so like that would be something to figure out, but that's down the road, conference finals, beating Colorado, down the road, Stanley Cup finals. If you're just limiting your scope right now to round 1, they should win round 1. If you're limiting your scope to rounds 1 and 2, there's no reason why they can't win round 2.
803-0550. Thanks, Ethan, for the phone call. Schedule notes. So, Bruce Garriock, this is why I think we'll find out at least one game early. The NFL schedule leaks months in advance. You can't tell me that the Sabres don't know if they're going to start cleaning the building for Saturday or for Sunday, right? So, not that it'd be all that different. Bruce Garriock of the Ottawa Sun reports that Sportsnet has asked that
Sens
the
Lightning.
Sens and the Sens and the Canadiens do not play on the same day.
Right.
We know Tampa is now the home team against Montreal because Montreal lost last night. Tampa has an event in their building on Saturday, so Tampa's going to play on Sunday. Tampa-Montreal will be Sunday. If Sportsnet's wish is granted, then Ottawa would not play on Sunday. Ottawa plays on Saturday. So where does Carolina-Ottawa go on Saturday? And the question becomes, well, does Hockey Night in Canada take any Canadian team? Or do they want to take Sidney Crosby's Pittsburgh Penguins? Or do they want to take the Buffalo Sabres against Boston? Mm-hmm. Like, what does Hockey Night in Canada want for a Saturday night game? My guess would be it would still be Ottawa.
Yeah, I think they will take the Canadian team. Their actions in the past would speak to they'll take the Canadian team over
which
anybody.
Would put Ottawa, Carolina in the night game on Saturday.
Right.
There's a lot of hubbub on Twitter that Minnesota and Dallas, they think they're playing Saturday at 3:30. Which
5. The Timberwolves play at 3:30.
Okay, so Saturday at 5 for them?
Saturday at 5. Central time zone, right? Like them being the early game seems not that they couldn't. What's Central time at 2 o'clock? It's a 1 hour difference, so it'd be 1. So you could easily do that, but just the time zone difference, like 5 seems a little bit more likely for that. Also, does it matter in the NHL? It doesn't like the NFL, I know, like with week 1, for instance, but what game is kicking everything off?
I don't think so.
Okay, because Dallas, Minnesota being like, oh, that's our kickoff to the playoffs. Like, that's a great series, but I don't really have big brands there. That's not
Right.
like Bruins at 2:00 to kick off or Flyers and Penguins to kick off the play. Like, that's a feeling thing, but that feels like, okay, someone in a suit is like excited by that possibility.
Right. Yeah.
More than the Wild and the Stars.
If you were going for like what best kicks off the playoffs, it's probably Philly-Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Because they put Philly-Pittsburgh on television 10 times a year anyway.
It could easily be Buffalo-Boston. Those are two of your best performing TV markets. It's a huge brand in the Bruins with a big market in Boston.
Yep.
And you have a storyline of Sabres are back in the playoffs and they're hosting. Like, that game could definitely be it, too. I might guess, if I'm nitpicking, that Crosby against the Flyers would still outrank that, but I think those two games would be the top two.
803-0550, some Bills chatter. And a new defensive end mocked to the Bills by Mr. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast coming up top of the hour. Got a new name to learn about. We'll learn a little more about Malachi Lawrence, who is moving up boards. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, it'll be Sabres and Bruins. Give us a ring on your thoughts on the series and what the proper expectations are. We'll keep digging through the schedule, trying to figure out when that game's ultimately going to be here on WGR.
Honda Pilot. And right here, right now, there's never been a better time to get a great deal on an award-winning Honda SUV. For deals and details, visit upstate.hondadealers.com today.
The second part is, what are we all saying we are expecting, okay with? Jeremy White here, when it comes to broke their drought, I want to say we didn't care if they scored a touchdown in the Jacksonville game. And they didn't.
They did not.
They didn't. But I don't think
really didn't.
Nobody really looks back at that game as a missed opportunity that I've talked to. Like you say, yeah, they lost, whatever. They weren't that good of a team, but they made the playoffs. They end the drought, and no one's upset. So that was the biggest ever example of house money. You broke the drought. We don't think you're good enough to win the whole thing. Let's go win a playoff game. Okay, you lost. You didn't score a touchdown. So be it. Then there's seasons where, for the Bills, of course, the regular season doesn't matter at all. You get to the playoffs, and now this is the only thing that matters. For the Sabres and expectations, what's 0506? So 506, they're very, very good, and maybe we're thinking house money, and we have heartbreak more than we have disappointment. 0607 is, of course, disappointment because it was all pressure. 2009-10 and 10-11, there's a division win where you lose to Boston. That felt like a big, big letdown. And then the following season, they run to the playoffs, and it feels like a missed opportunity because you were up on Philly with a lead in Game 6, and you let it get away. So the series itself can kind of define how we feel about how it goes. But how far do they have to go? How far do we think they can go? What's your pick, everybody out there? What's going to happen here? You going to beat Boston in this series? And then we'll talk after that.
Yep.
What's the right expectation to have for them? I feel like you should be expecting that they win this series. They are the better team. They've been better the whole year. Goal differential's not that far apart. Boston's not bad. Boston's very good at home, very good at home, and on the road, not too great. 16, 16, and 9 away from home. The Sabres, by contrast, are 24, 13, and 4.
Yeah.
Very good away from home. So you feel like win a game in Boston. I mean, I don't want to go ahead and say like Sabres in 5. Sometimes that sounds like you think it's a blowout, but you could win 5 or 4 one-goal games. But I feel good. I feel like they should win this series, even though they lost to Boston in the regular season a couple times.
I think you've got to expect they're going to make the second round. I think they have to beat the Bruins, not because just because they're the Bruins and it's Boston, because I think they got the easiest team that you could play in the Eastern Conference. Like, they get the reward of this. This is the team that got outshot all year at 5-on-5. This is the team that by expected goals for percentage is the worst team in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Perfect.
By a lot, by the way. They are 27th on the league.
All right. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe on a Wednesday. You'll forgive me not knowing what day of the week it is. I got my day of the week clock. I don't even know what time it is for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, you are still on Portugal time.
Portugal time.
Which would be, what, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock now?
Where we
10 a.m.?
were staying on the island of Madeira right now, it's 11:52 in the morning. So it's almost noon. 5 hours ahead. Living that 5-hour ahead
difference.
life. Watching Sabres games at midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Waiting for sports to start. I think if you're a big sports fan in the U.S., going west is better than going east. All the way to Hawaii. What does that mean? That means I'm watching the NBA Finals at 2 in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
At a tiki bar. Former trips like my wife and I have taken. Hawaii, honeymoon, NBA Finals, tiki bar, 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Much better than midnight Sabres Rangers on my laptop while the family's asleep.
I remember being on my honeymoon going on the way to Greece. We were on a ship off the coast of Serbia, which is where the dude in the NBA Finals was from, was playing that day, and the game started at 3:15 in the morning.
It's tough. That is tough.
Like, I'm not watching that. That's not happening.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Time for this call? No.
Matthew
Sorry,
Fairburn just tweeted out and has an article that the Sabres have a 97% renewal rate for season tickets, and they've sold 3,000 new season tickets.
The 3% that did not renew have either moved or not checked their email, right? What?
They lost their phone in December, maybe. Local TV ratings, the best in the U.S. Merchandise sales also up 25%, but 3,000 new season ticket holders. Yeah, I don't know. What's that 3% doing?
We're back, baby. Everybody's back. We're all back. 803-0550 to join us. Sabres and Bruins.
I love that it's the Bruins.
It's a little later in the morning here. We're going to play that Bruins goal horn just so you can feel it in your bones. Get ready. Get mad. Get upset. Avenge Thomas Vanek. Are you guys up for this today?
Well, also, the goalie got run.
Can we
once.
draft? Can we draft who will be banging the drum for game one? I want to draft 4 rounds. Or
okay,
four of us each.
Yeah,
3 rounds. We'll draft who bangs the drum in round 1, game 1.
Danny Paille.
Maybe all of round 1. 803-0550. Little Bills, when we get back, Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, and his latest mock with the defensive end in the first round. Sabres Bruins it is. And
Yep.
I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win the series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no. That you
Can't
cannot
lose to them.
You cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that there may be a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real.
The matchup is set. The Boston Bruins, after their win, roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time and day this weekend is still to be determined. Speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Schoen said, "We'll see what happens down the road." When asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request, ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 in the draft. And Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones said the Cowboys have had no one call with interest in George Pickens regarding a potential trade. In other news, NFL reporter Diana Rossini resigned from The Athletic following photos being published of her with Mike Vrabel. In baseball, Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join Chilpin Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who's being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Initially, I definitely wanted Keon Coleman. I ended up studying Keon. Oh, he used to play basketball. So you have the skill and the abilities to make plays and to beat defenders. But what I didn't know about Keon was exactly how new he was to the wide receiver game. He was just collecting data those first 2 years. So I'm really high on Keon, to be honest, as an X factor. Not as a numbered receiver, 1, 2, 3, 4, but as an X factor who's going to make plays when he needs to.
Stevie Johnson on Keon Coleman there. Get back to some Sabres chatter in a bit. We're building up a draft we're going to put together. It's going to be very exciting for who bangs the drum for Game 1. We know Game 1 will be at KeyBank Center. We know it'll be Sabres and Bruins. We'll get back to your calls and thoughts on the series and all that. We've got a guest here, some football chatter. And it is, by the way, the biggest Sabres fan in America right now, and that's Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. Joe, good morning.
Good morning. That's probably too much credit. There's been a lot of people that have suffered for the last 15 years, and I give them a lot of credit. I'm definitely jumping on the bandwagon and having fun and excited to win a playoff series against Boston.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
Are you prepared to move your schedule of all the shows around the playoff games once there's a Saturday window of the game? Like, I got to shut things down and lock in for that?
Also, you definitely took your Disney trip on purpose, right, to get that out of the way before the playoffs, like that at that time.
Oh,
sure.
The Disney trip was absolutely perfectly placed.
Yeah.
Not only did we get to the playoffs, we basically made a week disappear in the draft cycle where, let's be honest, about now draft fatigue is setting in, and so it was cool to detach and unwind and spend some time down in Disney. But now I'm ready for this draft to get here and find out what the heck Brandon Beane's going to do.
Well, we're 8 days away, and you've just posted at the Herd Mentality your latest 7-round mock draft, and there's a name that, I think this is how it goes, Joe. We get new names as we go. Like, these guys are stocks. They're rising and they're falling. And there's a name that you had, and I saw Chris Trapasso mention him a couple times, and I've seen him a little bit here and there. He might be moving up the board into the first round now, and you mocked him to the Bills, and that's Malachi Lawrence, a defensive end from UCF, right? And what can you tell us about Malachi Lawrence?
Well, I think what I really like about Malachi Lawrence compared to some of the other ideas that we see for the Bills at 26 when it comes to the edge rusher is that I'm not making nearly as many concessions. Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, I think they are premier burst bend guys. But I think that's it. I think that's all they have. They don't have length. They're not going to help you on rundowns. And frankly, if they don't win with speed up the arc, you're playing with 10 on defense. And what I like about Malachi Lawrence is I think I get 90% of the burst and bend with way more length, with way more of a run defense profile, and probably more pass rush moves. He's just, if those guys are A+ burst and bend, he's A- burst and bend. And so I think that's just more appealing to me because of the overall toolbox that is just more complete and offers you more value in more situations on defense. And so I think it's important for the Bills to find some help from this front seven. And the realistic edge rusher that I find myself most excited about at 26 is Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
He was all Big 12 first team this past year, 7 sacks in 12 games. Why is he slow to be getting this kind of noise up by the first round? Is it just a factor that the edges in this class, there are a lot of them to kind of sift through?
Well, I think the entire draft process is the outside catching up to the inside. And the inside, they're starting the 2027 class in about a month, right? Where I started the 2026 class, I don't know, mid-February. And so to me, I think there's just a lot of people playing catch up. And as you get into more evaluations and you really start to see the landscape of the draft, you can start to truly understand where players are going to slot. And so I think that's really what it comes down to is just late arrival to the conversation. And now you come in and maybe help get caught up, help close that gap between maybe the inside evaluations compared to the outside.
To the point about burst and bend, it's something I think we've talked about a lot for the Bills and what they need. You want this pick, you like this pick because you get that, but with fewer concessions in terms of making him, I guess, pigeonholed as one type of player. What about the third round for this? Because I think I also heard you say recently that this position, there actually is really good value in the third round where you're getting most of what you can get in the first round, and maybe that's not the case in other spots.
Yeah, I think that's you've heard me say that for sure. I think you can get a lot of what you're hoping to get at 26. If it's burst and bend is what you want. You can wait to 91 and maybe get Romello Height out of Texas Tech, Joshua Josephs out of Tennessee. Does Kieran Crawford out of Auburn get there? yeah, I think if you – and I love those ideas. Like, hey, I like this player here, but if I can get, 80% of them, I guess that would be like 60 spots later, and you could take something else in that spot that you can't get later, I think you'd love to live in that world. Now, it's it's easy for us to sit here and say that. It's got to actually happen, but I think the depth of this edge rusher class presents that possibility that they could be there at 91. And you could pivot to interior defensive line, or if the right receiver's there, or if you love an inside linebacker. So that's definitely a possibility, but as it feels like the conversation's pretty hot for the edge rusher piece, and I think that's probably because of the front seven positions. It's the premium one, right? It's a bigger one than inside linebacker. It's bigger than interior defensive line, and so that type of shine on the position as a premium spot, I think, is pushing some of the conversation there. But I think the depth, that's a good point. I mean, the depth of this class could lead to finding some burst and bend at 91 if you're looking for that more specialized role.
Is there a position in this draft, maybe in general or pertaining to the Bills, where that's not true of? Where if you want to do it, you should probably do it the way the board is falling, the way the board looks right now, week out, in the first round, versus, maybe this is receiver, you just mentioned it's edge. There are a bunch of guys you can really get away with waiting if that's what you want to attack.
I probably feel that way most about interior defensive linemen, where there's a group that I think will be there at 26 that I don't think you're touching that. I don't think you're getting to 91 and getting anywhere near that level of player. And so I think about Caden McDonald out of Ohio State. I think about Christian Miller out of Georgia, and even Caleb Banks out of Florida. I know there's some things to vet there, but those guys to me really stand out in this interior defensive line class, where you're getting very complete players. You're getting players that, of course, are going to do the run defense thing that I think a lot of us are hoping the Bills can find, but there's pass rush upside. There's other interior defensive linemen like a Lee Hunter or a Dominique Orange that are the nose tackle that you're looking for, but they're just space eaters. They're not going to give you that versatility. They're not going to give you that pass rush upside. And so I think if you want to go interior defensive line and get yourself like a true guy that's going to play most of your snaps, that's going to unlock a lot of your scheme, I think it's going to happen at 26. I think you could find pieces. You could find more specialized roles in the third and fourth round, but not the guys that are going to command a lot of snaps.
Lee Hunter, Texas Tech, thoughts there?
Very likable run defender. I think he's that type of guy, like, big bodied, that kind of that traditional nose tackle look, is going to own his space against the run, but kind of a labored mover in terms of lateral movement skills. I don't see the pass rush ceiling there. And so to me, there's too many limitations for that to be an option at 26, but at 91, absolutely. I just feel like he's probably a player that goes in between those two selections.
Sure.
That's why I think some of the trade back conversation becomes interesting.
The reason I bring him up, Adam Rank, NFL.com, today has him to the Bills in the first round. And one thing, Joe, I'm seeing a lot, like, you pick up on trends, whether it's about, we do this with receivers, where they play, X versus slot versus they move around. And I feel like the last 2-3 weeks I've seen a lot of NFL people bringing up this point, you as well, that defensive tackles, if they stop the run, but they don't show much in the penetrating game, in the pass rush game, then that's maybe fool's gold is the wrong term here, but it's just not really worth it. Like, yes, defensive tackles are really important, but if they're giving you no juice in the pass rush game, then, I don't want to you wouldn't quite full say stay away, right? But you should accept big limitations. Like, these guys, do they not often develop into bigger pass rushers? Like, teams think it's going to happen and it just doesn't happen?
Well, I think you do have some examples of that. I mean, like Daron Payne sort of stands out to me as a guy that was a limited pass rush guy, or Dexter Lawrence. If everyone knew Dexter Lawrence was going to be what he was, he's not the fifth defensive tackle drafted that year, right? He's going in the top 10. And so when you can be in that type of tier, a DJ Reader, who obviously was a later round pick that became one of those special types of, run defender / pass rusher on the inside. I think when you can find that type of guy, that's where they become very valuable as the A-gap defender. Now, that's different than like your penetration style 3 techniques. Those are those are guys that should be the pass rush, and you make some concessions against the run, and because of that, they'll get drafted higher. But yeah, a lot of times they don't. They don't have the toolbox. They don't have the movement skills to get to the edges of NFL interior offensive linemen and get by them and really affect the quarterback. And if you can't do that, you just don't present that much value. And I know that there's a lot of frustration amongst Bills Mafia about just not being a consistent run defense team. And we think about Ted Washington and Sam Adams and Pat Williams and this inventory of those types of players that we've loved. It's just, as the run game has come back in the NFL, it's still not that valuable. That's the difference to me between Dominique Orange out of Iowa State and Christian Miller out of Georgia. Dominique Orange is that big classic nose tackle, but that's an option for 91, where Christian Miller gives you penetration skill, and that puts him as an option at 26. And so I think it's important for the Bills and any team that's going to consider these defensive linemen. Like, if you don't have pass rush upside, you can't be a first-round pick, and you shouldn't be a first-round pick.
We've talked about McDonald a little bit with you. You mentioned Miller, you think, has that ability. Does McDonald someone you could see growing into that? Because if he's going in the first round, I know some of the biggest questions about him has been this specifically. Like, what are you giving me as a pass rusher or a penetrator?
Yeah, and I think you can talk to different people and get different answers on that. I'm higher on the pass rush profile with Caden McDonald. I'll admit that he's not going to major in it. You're not getting a 7 to 10 sack a year interior defensive lineman, but I think he can be a 3 to 5. That's a decent pressure player. What moves me on McDonald is the youth. It's the lateral movement skills. It's how he dominates with power. And I think at a minimum, you're going to have a guy that you can use to set picks, that you can use to bull rush and really challenge that depth of the pocket. Not a sack artist, right? Let's get our expectations in the right spot. But I think there's enough there where he's not going to completely not factor on passing downs, and his youth and movement skills for his size gives me some intrigue that he can be a good enough pass rusher to validate that type of selection.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, joining us in the Worcester Hotline. We chat every Wednesday, and we're just a little over a week away from the draft. Joe, I want to ask you about one, shocker, receiver here. We've talked plenty about Casey Concepcion over the years. Listen to me. Over the weeks, I should say.
Feels like years.
It's true. It's true. What about Jordan Tyson? I saw a clip yesterday, Hines Ward, talking about Jordan Tyson, and Tyson has a couple things that are considered knocks against him. Toughness is one of them. And he came out yesterday, he coaches him, so he knows him quite well. The idea that anybody questioning Jordan Tyson's toughness is way off. Tyson's had injuries. He's had to battle through, whether it's hamstrings, whatever. And there's a belief that he could be the guy that drifts because of injury concerns, and really only injury concerns, maybe / toughness. What do you see from him on tape in terms of ability, dog, all that kind of stuff? I saw a clip also where he caught a pass and he slid down a little early from contact, and, scouts might key on that. So what are your overall thoughts on Tyson, the injury concerns? And if he's on the board at 26, is that a consideration for you? Because it's still a position of need. He can do a lot of things. And the only reason he's probably not going to go top 15 is because of these kind of questions.
Yeah, I struggle with saying that a player is lacking toughness if I don't truly know. And I think that's an audacious thing to say about a football player. Like, you need to know. You need to know. You need to be around him. You need to see his opportunities to not be tough and there to be a trend. And so I think we get really aggressive with some of the things that we're willing to say, that we maybe don't have the entire information to really say that. And so I would very rarely find me going in on stuff like that, because I just don't feel like it's fair. I think Jordan Tyson's a heck of a prospect, and I think his route running on the outside might be the best in the class. And obviously the injury concerns are real. And I thought I saw something the other day where it was like he missed 1 in every 3 or 4 games. If you look at it, he's had some significant injuries throughout his college career, and that's unsettling. I don't think there's anything about the skill set that tells me that this isn't a top 15 type player. It's the injury stuff, and if you're going to invest a first-round pick on a player, I mean, that's a huge asset for your football team, and you need a return on that investment. And if you're not going to be on the field, you're not going to be able to provide return on investment. And so that's the challenging piece there. And I'll be honest, if he gets to 26, I think you start having to ask yourself questions like, wow, like maybe this injury stuff is even more significant than we think it is, as, you know, the teams now have all the information, the medicals and all that, and they're making that choice and telling you time and time again, like, yeah, the skill set is good, but we just don't trust the medicals, and that'd be a major gamble at 26. And so I love the player. It's like the hamstring that's really the one that bothers me the most. I think some of that other stuff could be, you know, those bigger injuries, they could just be unfortunate and part of the game, and it doesn't suggest that you're injury prone, but like this hamstring that bothered him all year, that prevented him from running at the combine, I don't know, that soft tissue stuff that lingers is what really concerns me. And if he gets to 26, I'd be really concerned that the league is telling us pretty loudly that these concerns are very legit, and it's buyer beware.
The quote from Hines Ward is, when he popped the hamstring in the third quarter, I tried to pull him out. A lot of scouts don't know the story. He said, Coach, I love my brothers. If this is going to be my last game, I want to do all I can. He single-handedly on that last drive let us down all the way and helped us win the game. People questioning JT, Jordan Tyson's toughness. I just laugh at it. So, you know, there's your coach taking up for you. Then there's like one of the toughest receivers ever to play, Hines Ward being the one that say don't question his toughness. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see like how that ultimately gets handled. And I wonder, Joe, like these things also don't happen in a vacuum. Do you feel like the Bills and the way they must feel right now about Dalton Kincaid's availability will not be wading in the waters of availability questions?
Yeah, I don't think in the first round. I don't think they will. You know, Kincaid had the back thing coming out of Utah. I think he had a knee thing coming out of Utah, and it's been limiting in the NFL. And so I think this pick's so important for the Bills that those types of concerns are just not something that they could sign up for right now. Unless and that's what's so interesting about medicals is you can get a lot of different opinions on them, right? Some teams are going to have different appetites. Their doctors are going to have different feels. And so if they felt convicted that like it wouldn't be an issue, then sure, you're getting a big time talent. But I think the Bills need to find some legit impact here because there just hasn't been enough with their top picks, right? Like Coleman, right? Obviously, but like even Harrison, he was a platoon player last year. I'm excited for him, but he's got a lot to prove. And Kyrie Elam and Kincaid, like, yeah, when he's on the field, he's good, but that's what's missing from this team. Like, I think that's the last 4 top picks that they've made in the draft, and there's just not enough.
Right.
There's just not enough impact out of those guys.
When's the last time they picked a guy that just went right in and then he was just in? Like, for mostly it's injury, like Rousseau, really, right? Like, that it's happened that way.
Right, who's now 2 years into his extension post, being selected. So it's, yeah, and I think you can argue that like Rousseau, I think is a really good player, but is he a dominant playmaker? No, like he's a quality starter, but he's not a game changer. And so, and I think that's part of the nature of picking late every year. But just the overall, just not enough impact out of top picks. It's like, don't sign up for injury concerns. I think that'd be kind of silly to do that.
Joe Marino with us. Joe, are you totally closed off to the idea of picking an interior lineman in the first round?
Probably, unless it's Vega Ioane out of Penn State, he's probably going to be my number 2 prospect in this class. He's not touching 26. He is not going to touch it. But, that'd be a tough sell for me. I feel like the Bills, between Austin Corbett and Alec Anderson, I think they have a starter somewhere between those 2 players. And it's a tough sell to try to get ahead of a future need at guard when you have massive pressing needs right now at other positions. It'd be a tough sell for me, I'll be honest with you.
Is it kind of like safety for you? I feel like you said similar about safety. Like that might be a future need, but why am I doing that right now when the guy might not play?
No. Yeah, and I think this is a draft where the Bills have entered this draft or are going to enter this draft with more needs than I can remember. And so the idea of getting ahead of future needs at non-premium positions, that's a tough sell for me in the first round.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. All right, Joe. We'll chat next week. day before the draft. Maybe some movement by then. We'll see. Fernando Mendoza, number one. Let me get you this before we go. What do you think should happen at number 2? Right, the Jets are said to be right there on Arvell Reese. Maybe. There's talk the Cowboys are trying to trade way up into the first round and try and take a defensive player, whether that's Sonny Styles or Carnell Tate. Like, when you look at the top 5, what interests you?
Well, I think everything after the first pick is interesting because I don't think it's easy to predict. I just don't. I think you'll see Styles go. I think you'll see some offensive linemen go. Who knows, though? That's what makes that interesting. I think Carnell Tate's going to go early. One or two of those pass rushers will go early, but to me, there's nothing worth trading up for. I think this Cowboys conversation is crazy. Like, there's absolutely no reason to go up to 3 or whatever, 2 from 12. I don't see that type of player in this draft unless it's like a severe discount of what you would normally need to go move up. Kind of like the Deion Jordan year. Do you remember this when Miami moved up to number 2?
Yeah.
To get Deion Jordan. It didn't work out, but they didn't give up anything. It was like the smallest trade package you've ever seen to move up from like 10 to 2. So if it's something like that, I can understand it, but well, I think it's crazy to move up like that.
Isn't that for Jeremiah Love? If Dallas is doing, isn't that Jerry Jones just like, I'm going to go get the running back?
I think the report is it's a defensive player.
It would be a defensive player?
I think so.
Oh, that would be so bad. I love Jeremiah Love, but I mean, they just paid Javonte Williams. They had so many needs on defense. I just couldn't get behind that.
He is going to go. Love is interesting to me, Joe, on like where he goes because you have a couple of teams like Kansas City would be this. I guess you could actually include Dallas too. That they invested in the position as though they wouldn't think Love would fall to them in the draft. So if he falls past, I don't know what the right team would be here. Maybe Washington. There's a certain point I feel like where if he falls, it'll be really interesting, like how far he actually goes down or who comes up and gets him.
The team I can't stop thinking about for Jeremiah Love is Cincinnati at 10.
Okay.
I know they need defense.
Right.
I know they need defense, but wouldn't that just be just a souped-up offense with a back like that? I mean, Chase Brown's a good player, but he's also like, is this a contract year for him? Are you going to pay him? You can get cost control on Jeremiah Love for 5 years. I think that'd almost be too tough for me to pass on. If he makes it to 10 and I'm Cincinnati and I know I had needs on defense, I'm probably still going to pick Jeremiah Love to just be this team that is impossible to stop.
That would be such a good conversation. Like if we were in Cincinnati, like running back, the value of it when you all like you said it. They have so many needs on top of it. That would be really good.
While we're on this, one last thing. Albert Breer lists the Cardinals, Titans, Giants, Browns, Commanders as teams that want to trade down for more picks. They hold picks 3 through 7. So there are teams that want to trade down. This is how the Dallas conversation is out there about them moving from 12 and 20 up. Joe, is there a player that falls to 7 where Brandon Beane is like, you said it's not worth moving up for anybody up there? Nobody? What's the farthest a guy could fall where you'd say, bleep them picks, let's go? And who is it?
Yeah,
I know you love Sonny Styles.
We've been talking for years.
I know you love Sonny Styles, right? I know you love Sonny Styles. If bleep them picks. What? Give me the
Sonny Styles falls to 11.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, give me the number and the player where you would say, all right, whatever, YOLO.
It seems like a trick question, though, right, Joe? Because if Sonny Styles falls to 11, something I feel like has happened that we can't foresee.
Well, I hear you on that, but the linebackers and safeties, they just tend to fall, right? They just kind of do.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he gets through the Jets. I mean, really, Jets, Cardinals, Titans, Giants, all would be great spots for Sonny Styles. But if he gets through that and he gets to 10 or 11, and I don't know, that's going to cost you like your first round pick.
Yeah, it's going to cost you your first next year, yeah.
I'm a coward. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
I just couldn't do it. That would be intellectually dishonest for me because I'm the guy that sits there and says, I don't think you should really ever trade up unless it's for a quarterback and you need one and you love the quarterback. But if you want to get me to like start to try to think about bending my own rules,
he's the player.
It's probably Sonny Styles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. Thanks, Joe.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Find everything Joe does at thejoemarino.com, from all the shows he does, the podcasts he does, Locked on Bills, and the Herd Mentality Substack, all that good stuff. Tons of stuff from Joe.
Looking at the draft order and like team needs, the Love conversation, that's what I think is the most interesting thing of the draft. Not
Jeremiah
like
Love?
not where Ty Simpson goes. Like if he falls past Tennessee, the Giants, who I've seen talked about with him, the Commanders at 7, what did all the teams after that do? The Saints paid Travis Achan. We're doing now. The Chiefs paid Kenneth Walker. The Cowboys paid Javonte Williams. I guess the Dolphins have to make a decision on their Achan. You just have all these teams that did their thing at running back. So they're acting, I think they acted in free agency like they don't think he's going to fall to them. So if he falls, what happens? How far does he go? Who comes up and gets him? Cincinnati doing that. I know Joe just laid that out. If I were a Bengals fan and my defense has been the worst in the league and I can't protect my quarterback and I pick a running back, I don't care how good he is. I would be losing my mind if I were a Bengals fan and they did that.
Wrapping up one thing from our conversation, I got a tweet who's it from? Greg. Greg wrote in. You know who else missed most of their last season because of a hamstring issue?
JSN?
Yep. JSN's last season at Ohio State, he had 5 catches.
Right, yeah, he didn't play.
He didn't play.
Yeah.
Injury concerns.
All right.
I wonder about Jordan Tyson if he falls. But
one of the receivers is falling.
But what Joe said is so true. I like to point out that the NFL draft is just like your fantasy draft. If you are at 12 or you're in the second round and a guy keeps falling, you're thinking, did I not see did he get cut? Why is he still here? And then you just pass on like, I can't find the intel, but something must be wrong. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to take him. I bet teams fall into that trap 100. Laramie Tunsil, gas mask. Oh, we would have taken him. Wait, he's still here? Oh, why?
Well, that you knew why he was falling.
But the point is, maybe we would do it, but are we going to be the team that does it? You'd be afraid to put yourself out there like that. Maybe. 803-0550, our phone number, Jeremy and Joe. It'll be Sabres and Bruins. Wide open for you to chat with us about the matchup. We'll, of course, preview it through the course of this week. We're 8 days from the draft. Lots going on. Happy to chat about it with you. Thanks for joining us here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. So last week I was telling you how
We're 8 days away, and you've just posted at the Herd Mentality your latest 7-round mock draft, and there's a name that, I think this is how it goes, Joe. We get new names as we go. Like these guys are stocks. They're rising and they're falling. And there's a name that you had, and I saw Chris Trapasso mention him a couple times, and I've seen him a little bit here and there. He might be moving up the board into the first round now, and you mocked him to the Bills, and that's Malachi Lawrence, a defensive end from UCF, right? And what can you tell us about Malachi Lawrence?
Well, I think what I really like about Malachi Lawrence compared to some of the other ideas that we see for the Bills at 26 when it comes to the edge rusher is that I'm not making nearly as many concessions. Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, I think they are premier burst bend guys. But I think that's it. I think that's all they have. They don't have length. They're not going to help you on rundowns. And frankly, if they don't win with speed up the arc, you're playing with 10 on defense. And what I like about Malachi Lawrence is I think I get 90% of the burst and bend with way more length, with way more of a run defense profile, and probably more pass rush moves. He's just, if those guys are A+ burst and bend, he's A- burst and bend. And so I think that's just more appealing to me because of the overall toolbox that is just more complete and offers you more value in more situations on defense. And so I think it's important for the Bills to find some help from this front seven. And the realistic edge rusher that I find myself most excited about at 26 is Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
The second part is what are we all saying we are expecting, okay with? When the Bills broke their drought, I want to say we didn't care if they scored a touchdown in the Jacksonville game. And they didn't.
They did not.
They didn't. But I don't think
really didn't.
Nobody really looks back at that game as a missed opportunity that I've talked to. Like you say, yeah, they lost, whatever. They weren't that good of a team, but they made the playoffs. They end the drought, and no one's upset. So that was the biggest ever example of house money. You broke the drought. We don't think you're good enough to win the whole thing. Let's go win a playoff game. Okay, you lost. You didn't score a touchdown. So be it. Then there's seasons where, for the Bills, of course, the regular season doesn't matter at all. You get to the playoffs, and now this is the only thing that matters. For the Sabres and expectations, what's 0506? So 0506, they're very, very good, and maybe we're thinking house money, and we have heartbreak more than we have disappointment. 0607 is, of course, disappointment because it was all pressure. 2009-10 and 10-11, there's a division win where you lose to Boston. That felt like a big, big letdown. And then the following season, they run to the playoffs, and it feels like a missed opportunity because you were up on Philly with a lead in Game 6, and you let it get away. So the series itself can kind of define how we feel about how it goes. But how far do they have to go? How far do we think they can go? What's your pick, everybody out there? What's going to happen here? You going to beat Boston in this series? And then we'll talk after that?
Yep.
What's the right expectation to have for them? I feel like you should be expecting that they win this series. They are the better team. They've been better the whole year. Goal differential's not that far apart. Boston's not bad. Boston's very good at home. Very good at home. And on the road, not too great. 16, 16, and 9 away from home. The Sabres, by contrast, are 24, 13, and 4.
Yeah.
Very good away from home. So you feel like win a game in Boston. I mean, I don't want to go ahead and say like Sabres in 5. Sometimes that sounds like you think it's a blowout, but you could win 5 or 4 one-goal games. But I feel good. I feel like they should win this series, even though they lost to Boston in the regular season a couple times.
I think you've got to expect they're going to make the second round. I think they have to beat the Bruins, not because just because they're the Bruins and it's Boston, because I think they got the easiest team that you could play in the Eastern Conference. Like, they get the reward of this. This is the team that got outshot all year at 5-on-5.
The matchup is set. The Bruins, after their win last night, roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time of day this weekend, still TBD. But speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab, your ride on time every time. Before all of that, the Sabres take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock, pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Shane said, we'll see what happens down the road when asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request. ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 overall. And Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones said the Cowboys have had no one call with interest in George Pickens regarding a potential trade. In other news, NFL reporter Dianna Russini resigns from The Athletic following photos being published of her and Mike Vrabel. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join Chopin Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who's being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I requested like investigators music looking for clues, and I did not want to say give me the theme to Blues Clues. So we got the Pink Panther. All right. You want some schedule nuggets?
Which league?
NHL.
Okay, just making sure. We're getting there.
NFL?
NHL schedule nuggets from like TV networks. What do we got?
No. Just
because we had that Sportsnet thing from earlier.
Source. A source is a friend of mine. Hey, everybody out there, if you are someone that has your calendar synced to the Sabres calendar, they'll upload. Check.
Yeah.
I have 2 people that have said that they have their Sabres calendar synced and that games came up.
Playoff games came
The
up.
problem is it says Saturday 7 p.m. home, Monday 7 p.m. home, Wednesday 7 p.m. away, Friday 7 p.m. away. Saturday 7 p.m. is not actually a time. It's Saturday at 5 or Saturday at 8. But Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Has anybody else had this synced in their calendar? There could have been an oversight. Maybe this is a clue. Then there's going to like the betting apps and seeing when the days are. Tell me if this means anything to you. In the FanDuel app, I've got Pittsburgh and Philly Saturday. Tampa, Montreal also Saturday. That can't be right. We know that's going to be Sunday.
That can't happen.
They can't in their building, we don't think.
Unless they're canceling that concert.
Unless that's – what time's the concert? 8 p.m.? They're not going to do it.
It's a night show.
Not going to do it. Anyway. Yeah, Bruins at Sabres in the calendar, on a synced calendar. Anybody else got that?
Aren't we pretty solid, though, on it's 2, 5, and 8?
Yes.
Yeah. So would they move a time by an hour for a team? Like,
Was that an official announcement, the 2, 5, and 8? Or?
I'm looking for it. Because I know that's been out there a lot. And we've all been operating under that's what the time slots are.
Right.
And I haven't seen anybody say anything different until that. That's the first time I've heard anything that, there would be a game that isn't at 2, 5, or 8.
803-0550. I don't have my calendar synced to the Sabres, so I don't have that in my calendar. But maybe you do out there. I'm looking at the screenshot of it. There it is. Bruins at Sabres. Shows up on the 18th. It's in the schedule.
Was game 1 against them in 2010 a night game or an afternoon game?
Ooh, I don't know.
That's home.
I do think the Vanek got his knee chopped by Johnny Boychuk game was afternoon, but I could be wrong. I don't know. That series was Miller made a bunch of great stops, but people were mad about a goal he gave up in Game 6 under his arm. Maybe. He gave up one that we didn't.
In Game 6?
I think it was in Game 6. We didn't like it. It was like he had a great series, but 1 or 2 he didn't like. And that's about it. They didn't score in the series. Flat out, they didn't score.
I'm looking at that team, a little bit about the 11 team too, but I'm looking at that team in that series and just thinking, it's kind of, you could use it about this team. Like, this team should be able to do whatever they want in these playoffs. Like, they should be able to win a round. They should be able to win 2 rounds. If they're playing at their A game, that the sky's the limit for them because they've proven over the course of this year they have talent, they have speed, they have scoring, they have the ability to play defense, they have goaltending, they kind of have everything. But it's the talent, it's the way the lines look right now. It's, hey, Oslin comes back, and I don't even have a spot for him. That's how good my lineup looks. And then you look at this team from 2010, and it's just, where's the talent? No offense to Tim Kennedy, but he's my 3rd leading scorer in the series.
And Ennis, who had been in the league for 2 weeks.
This team won the division? Goalie that year, right? You had the best goalie in the world that year.
You had the goalie, you had the young breakout defenseman, and you had Vanek. Vanek was great.
Vanek, yeah, right. But Vanek and Pominville. My whole team offensively was reliant on 2 people.
Pretty much, yeah.
Versus this team, that's a huge difference, right? How many guys are you relying on this team to give you offense? Tage can disappear for 3 games in a row. You can still score. Because I got Norris, and I've got Benson, and I've got, again, if Oslin's healthy, he's on this list. Doan is on this list, and Zucker is on this list, and Tuck, and just I have so many answers. The defensemen, right? I have defensemen, I have 3 of them, 4 of them that can score and can produce offense. And I mean, that's 12 people. That's 13, 14 people that I should be able to get offense from you in a playoff series. And this team, it's like I needed 2 or 3 guys to carry the entire load. It's really a flawed team. And they made the playoffs and won the division. It is also worth pointing out, maybe they were, I don't remember where we were at with Tim Connolly at that point, but he had 1 assist in 6 games. Maybe he was someone you would have liked to have been an answer to, like, oh, there's another piece of my offense, and then he just didn't show up.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Was he shot by then?
803-0550. I'm at the – listen, sometimes these are our jobs, and we're just like, I'm doing this for work. I'm at the TD Garden event schedule.
Here we go.
Yeah. Florence and the Machine is going to be there on the 20th. So that's Monday. That would be a still
we're still in Buffalo at that point.
So the earliest we could be in Boston is the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th. Bring the music back.
Bring the music, yeah.
The 21st, the Celtics are home for game 2. That doesn't really still tell us much. The earliest the series could be there again would be the 23rd even.
Right.
22nd. So it's open. What I'm telling you is I didn't learn anything. Other than
But basically, if the series goes on longer, there could be some, hey, the Celtics are playing in the same building on this day.
Yeah.
But that's probably not a problem until like a game 6, maybe.
Yeah.
Like later in the series. And I don't know. I'm kind of hoping we don't get the game 6.
Right. What we learned is that Florence and the Machine is playing in Boston next week.
Also, this 2000, I mentioned like Connolly had 1 point that series. He had 65 points that year. And then he went to the playoffs, had 1 point in 6 games. I don't remember him being a letdown in that series, but that sounds like a gigantic. You had a center that was offensive, and he didn't do anything in the series.
They couldn't score. Vanek went out, and it was over. 803-0550. How do you feel about it? The matchup against Boston, give us a ring. Do you like it? And what's fair to expect out of this team?
Blue and gold jerseys. Not that I think anyone was expecting that they would go red and black because you're only allowed one.
Yeah, not surprised.
Which you could yell at the rule. I think the rule's kind of dumb. I don't know why that's forced. You can't mix in another jersey. Okay. You used to be able to. 07, they wore the alternate at some point during the playoffs, I'm pretty sure. But not a surprise. I mean, it was going to be blue and gold all the way.
Which Bruins jersey will they wear? Their regular ones?
I don't know if they have. Do they have an alternate? Do they have the Pooh Bear?
The bear.
Do they have the bear as an alternate right now? You don't like the idea that they change their uniforms.
Oh, every 3 years. Right? It's like, look what we did to our uniforms. Like, you didn't do anything. Nothing changed.
I do think they look...
Weren't their reverse retros the same jerseys they always wear also? Like, they just...
Yeah, they were like,
hey, look at this new stripe. Oh, congrats. Thanks for the email.
Right. I got to pull up the article at NHL.com from before the year when they revealed the new jerseys or the change.
Yeah.
Now I can't even tell. I guess these are the same uniforms.
Shocker.
Never mind.
Shocker.
But it's hard to tell. I will say this though. I notice the difference when I'm watching the old highlights of like Lucic and Chara versus what they look like now because the shoulders are that's different. There's nothing on the shoulders with their uniforms now, and they used to have that yellow and then the alternate logo up top and then the white stripe below it. If you look at them next to what they wore 10 years ago, there's a big difference. But what they changed from like 2 years ago, there's nothing.
Do you want to go all the way to the Bruins are the perfect team to end the drought, like and win playoff games against because they're the team that stole your soul for 10 years?
Yeah, they started it.
They are the team.
Isn't the Lucic hit kind of the kickoff to the drought?
Yes. That team stole your soul for a decade.
Right. Then Darcy thought he had to go get Steve Ott and John Scott because they had to be tougher, and then they were never good again.
And one of the guys they drafted because of that is on the Bruins now, Zadorov.
Right.
That's it.
Right, yeah.
You want to get tougher to play against? Risto and Zadorov.
Right.
This is the prophecy. Avenge Thomas Vanek. Avenge Ryan Miller. Beat the Bruins. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. I can feel it. I'm starting to burn up that real Boston hate.
Oh,
real big Boston hate.
I'm making a list here of like just Bruins I hated.
Sean Thornton.
Oh, good one.
Is he add him to the list?
Adding him to the list. He's going right below Adam McQuaid.
Oh, Brad Marchand, of course. Like
the easy
at the
one.
top.
Marchand, Lucic, Chara. Those are the gimmies. Yeah.
Yeah. Who else is on this list? We'll get to it.
Tim Thomas.
Tim Thomas. We're also going to get to we're going to draft. We're going to draft teams. It's the drum bangers draft.
The drum bangers draft.
Who will bang the drum at Sabres playoff games? We just like former Bill, future Bill. We will amass our teams. We will draft drum bangers. You get a point for every banger of the drum. Replenish from there.
I have the first pick.
You have the first pick.
Love it.
We've done it. You have the first pick. I got to build out a board here. 12 names. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
This is the team that by expected goals 4%.
The second part is, what are we all saying we are expecting, okay with? You know, when the Bills broke their drought, I want to say we didn't care if they scored a touchdown in the Jacksonville game. And they didn't.
They did not.
They didn't. But I don't think
really didn't.
Nobody really looks back at that game as a missed opportunity that I've talked to. Like, say, yeah, they lost, whatever. They weren't that good of a team, but they made
Jeremy
the playoffs
here for FanDuel Sportsbook,
the official no one's upset. So that was the biggest ever example of house money. You broke the drought. We don't think you're good enough to win the whole thing. Let's go win a playoff game. Okay, you lost. You didn't score a touchdown. So be it. Then there's seasons where, for the Bills, of course, the regular season doesn't matter at all. You get to the playoffs, and now this is the only thing that matters. For the Sabres and expectations, what's 0506? 0506, they're very, very good, and maybe we're thinking house money, and we have heartbreak more than we have disappointment. 0607 is, of course, disappointment because it was all pressure. 2009-10 and 10-11, there's a division win where you lose to Boston. That felt like a big, big letdown. And then the following season, they run to the playoffs, and it feels like a missed opportunity because you were up on Philly with a lead in Game 6, and you let it get away. So the series itself can kind of define how we feel about how it goes. But how far do they have to go? How far do we think they can go? What's your pick, everybody out there? What's going to happen here? You going to beat Boston in this series? And then we'll talk after that?
Yep.
What's the right expectation to have for them? I feel like you should be expecting that they win this series. They are the better team. They've been better the whole year. Goal differential's not that far apart. Boston's not bad. Boston's very good at home, good at home, and on the road, not too great. 16, 16, and 9 away from home. The Sabres, by contrast, are 24, 13, and 4.
Yeah.
Very good away from home. So you feel like win a game in Boston. I mean, I don't want to go ahead and say like Sabres in 5. Sometimes that sounds like you think it's a blowout, but you could win 5 or 4 one-goal games. But I feel good. I feel like they should win this series, even though they lost to Boston in the regular season a couple times.
I think you've got to expect they're going to make the second round. I think they have to beat the Bruins, not because just because they're the Bruins and it's Boston, because I think they got the easiest team that you could play in the Eastern Conference. Like, they get the reward of this. This is the team that got outshot all year at 5-on-5. This is the team that by expected goals for percentage is the worst team in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Perfect.
By a lot, by the way. They are 27th on the league.
Mel Kiper's final mock draft is out today. 8 days left. This is your last one?
This is...
You got prime time still left. He's too geeked up about Sabres Bruins. He wants to lock right in.
Is this final mock draft like final concert ever for a band that's been around for 50 years because we know there's going to be another one?
Who's the answer? Who's he got?
Keldrick Falk, defensive end from Auburn. Goes to the Bills at 26.
Okay.
And around them, a lot of other defensive players. Really no receivers he's got at the end of the Cardinals trade back in and get Ty Simpson in round 1.
To where?
30.
Okay. Waste of a pick. I mean, why trade up? This should not trade up. 5th round option, not worth it. By the 5th year, you know if a quarterback's good or not. Just wait. Don't use the asset. Just wait. Nobody's going to take him. You'll be fine. We'll get a break in, reset our Sabres Bruins preview. We get started on that, and maybe draft teams on who's going to bang the drum in the playoffs. Have some fun with that. Join us, 803-0550 on WGR. Sabres Bruins it is. And
Yep.
I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no. That you cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that there may be a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com, for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round 1 because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal, got really hot down the stretch, and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Allmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets.
The matchup is set. The Bruins, after win last night, they roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres, the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time and date this weekend is still to be determined. And speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time, every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight. To close out the regular season at home, puck drop is set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Shane said, we'll see what happens down the road when asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request. ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 overall. In other news, NFL reporter Diana Rossini resigned from The Athletic following photos being published of her with Mike Vrabel. In baseball, Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join Schopp and Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
That is stuck around because I just want to say that piece of shit I think lifts you because 50 pounds on me, runs me like that. It's unbelievable. Everyone in the city sees him as a big, tough, solid player. I respected him for how hard he played. That was gutless. Gutless. Piece of shit.
The day the drought began.
Get 'em.
The day the drought began. It'll be Boston. Sabres and Bruins. 803-0550, our phone number. Let's fire it up. The thing about the Bruins is they've had a tremendous amount of success since that moment. And the Sabres
They have.
And the Sabres have not. Until now.
I actually have a stat of the day on that, if you want it here.
Oh, boy.
Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Chan's Smoke Shop 2 and Gas Mart, where everything Chan's Smoke Shop is smoking.
So we are recalling a lot of the Boston series in 2010 because we remember it well.
Mm-hmm.
We've only had one playoff series in between. Last night I was watching Bruins and Devils. It was 4-0. Who's the color commentator on their broadcast? Nesson? I forget his name. But they asked him, what you remember about the 2010 series? Like, nothing. Don't remember anything.
Right.
The Boston Bruins, the Sabres have had one playoff series since they met Boston in 2010.
Yeah.
The Bruins have had 27 playoff series since they played the Sabres in 2010.
I feel like it would be forgettable then. Yeah.
If you've played 27 playoff series since then, I mean, how many?
Series.
What is 27 playoff series ago for the Sabres?
Boy, want to do it?
Like the 70s, right? The 80s, got 90s maybe. I don't know. So yeah, maybe understandable that they didn't remember anything from the series.
I'll do it
off the top of their heads.
I'll do it right here.
27 playoff series ago.
Yeah.
It's got to be a long time.
7, 8,
got to be before I was born.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 27 playoff series ago was the 1990 series against the Canadiens. They lost in 6 games.
Made it into the 90s.
89,
barely.
89-90. The Wales division.
89-90.
That's 27 playoff series ago.
And for them, it was.
I thought it would have been
series
longer.
we're talking about.
I thought it would have been further.
I
back.
actually thought it would have been longer too. I thought we might get back into like the 70s, but they made the playoffs a lot back then.
803-0550. There are a lot of reasons the Sabres simply cannot lose to the Boston Bruins. One is the Patriots just made the Super Bowl, and the Patriots won the division and think that they now own the division. They cannot take out the Sabres here. Also because their goal song is Zombie Nation, cannot lose to that team.
Is it better than Kickstart My Heart, though?
It's not worse, better.
Neither are great.
You just can't go with Zombie Nation and have that be your goal song. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not 2004.
I guess I've never noticed the goal song because I'm always distracted by the goal horn, which is the sound of pure evil.
Yes, that's right.
That's their goal horn. Oh.
No.
Get it?
That's bad.
Away.
That's bad.
I don't want to hear that once this whole series.
It'd be pretty great if you didn't. I would like their chances. I would really like their chances.
If they shut them out when they're on home ice both times. Yeah. They're probably sweeping if that's happened.
You would think.
Maybe they're sweeping.
There will be
5.
There will be 4 games here. So
there will be 4 games
if it goes that
here.
far.
I really don't. I think the 2 most likely outcomes are this year. It's a playoff series. It's the NHL. It's going to go 6 or 7, or the Sabres are going to dominate them and it's going to be short.
You're bullish.
I'm really bullish. I don't think the other side of that is possible. I could be wrong. I cannot see the Sabres losing in a short series. I don't think they got the draw. They didn't get the draw that presents that as a likely outcome. The Bruins, with that lineup, Middlestat on line 2, guys that were healthy scratched for other teams last year, Zadorov playing 20 minutes a night. That team is not going to outplay the Sabres. They might win the series, but them outplaying the Sabres for 5, 6, 7 games, I can't see it. I can't see it. Sabres should throttle this team.
Well, here's hoping. They didn't throttle them in the regular season. The last game they played here, they had the lead with 6 minutes left. The Sabres did and gave it up. And then they lost in overtime, but they always lose in overtime. This team at 3-on-3 did not have a good year. So the good news is that part of it's gone.
Yeah.
On just regulation wins, which to me is always the best look at how good you are. The Sabres have 42. They do play tonight, by the way. I almost forgot that. The Bruins, 33
we haven't
regulation
mentioned that
wins.
yet, but there is a game tonight.
There's a game tonight.
There's a game.
The Bruins have 8 overtime wins to the Sabres 3. So, like, there's another kind of indication about, you got 100 points, 8 of them overtime wins. They also were 4-3 in the shootout. So, the Bruins were fine.
Getting to because I think the Bruins 5-on-5, the roster not impressive to me, but they do have the wins, and they did have this season 100 points. So how did they do that? Because for the Sabres, it's the blue line is a superpower in the speed and the skill, and they've learned how to play this game where they can shut it down, goaltending, everything has worked for them. For Boston, why they've gotten here is the goaltending's been tremendous. And they have a power play that's more trustworthy than the Sabres are. They have a top 10 power play. It's not the best in the league, but I think they were 9th the last time I saw it. They are in the top 10. So they got good special teams, and they have one superstar up front. Pastrnak is incredible, and he can do a lot of the heavy lifting.
And he did last time you played.
Some of their other lines cannot do. And that should matter as well. It just kind of comes down to you gotta slow him down, because if you do that and force other guys on that team to carry the load offensively, then I think they're going to have a real problem scoring. So they had their year, and it's not totally fake at all, 41 regulation wins, but I just think when you were comparing it to the other teams that the Sabres could play, it's a big difference.
The Bruins' penalty kill is a bit of a weakness, 24th.
All right, that's low.
That's good.
Yep.
That's good for the Sabres. Their power play, as you mentioned, Boston's power play is 9th. And the Sabres' power play slots in at 19th. Penalty kill's 4th.
Okay, if that can even out, if my penalty kill can be that much better than theirs,
is it worth...
Get that to be a push.
Here, one of the things the Sabres can kind of expose, or whatever, matchup-based, I'd be interested to see is the Sabres are, on the penalty kill, they're not just good in terms of how they kill it, but net penalty kill percentage, which is how many goals you scored versus how many goals you give up on the penalty kill.
Right.
The Sabres are number 1 in the NHL.
Right, because they score a lot.
They get shorthanded goals.
McLeod led the league this year in shorthanded goals.
You got Tuck and McLeod that can really score going back the other way. And, I don't know if there's a little indicator here on the Bruins' net power play percentage. It's a little lower than their overall power play percentage. So they've given up some shorties.
Yep. I mean, another piece of this series that will be interesting is who can dictate how the game is played. They're very different. Sabres are one of the fastest teams in the league. The Bruins are one of the slowest teams in the league. And that's not all just how fast you are capable of skating. That's the style you play. That's how you want to play the game. The Bruins are a team that wants to slow it down. And the Sabres want to speed it up if they think you can't play that way with them. So if I'm the Sabres, I'm thinking I want to make this series a fast series, skate, open ice, and they're not going to be able to hang with us. And if I'm the Bruins, I'm going to really want to slow it down. And who's going to win that? Who's going to dictate what type of series this is? Because I think if the Sabres can make this a river hockey series, I don't think they have to play that way, and I don't think they have played that way all year. But if they can make it that type of series, I don't think the Bruins can skate with them.
Bruins have given up 9 shorthanded goals this year, which is the 4th most in the league. So, when we talked to Lindy...
Can we bet a McLeod shorthanded goal at some point in the series?
We talked to Lindy yesterday about, looking into matchups and how you dig further in. They knew going into last night's game it was going to be Boston or Ottawa, and that game got to Boston early, 2-0. You probably scrap Ottawa, get to work. All right, you already have your scouts. I mean, your pre-scouts on these teams is this is a team in the division you play quite a bit. But now all the way in, how do you beat Boston? And this is a spot where Lindy Ruff, as Jack Adams candidate, as coach of the year candidate, whatever, and what he's done as part of this turnaround, what's Lindy's playoff reputation around here as a playoff coach? He's been through a lot. He mentioned the last time he's in the playoffs, it's with New Jersey. They go down 2-0, and they come back and win the series.
Right. 2-0 at home.
At home.
They lost 2 home games.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they kind of kept it together. I can remember Lindy's reputation, at least, was starting on the road was good because all you got to do when you're starting on the road, get one. You get one of those two, and immediately the pressure is on the other team. Like, you don't. This is the whole debate.
The
about,
momentum of
do
the
you
series
steal
and-
home ice? Blah blah blah.
Right.
But to come home 1-1, that's a victory, right? If the Sabres open up against Boston and it's 1-1 after 2, series not over, but Boston would take that 100 times out of 100, would you not? Most underdogs, most teams starting on the road, the idea is let's get one. And for the Sabres, we're going to want them to be up 2-0 to feel good. Like going back to the last couple times they've made the playoffs, here against Boston, 1-1 after 2.
Yeah.
When they played the Flyers, 1-1 after 2. They started that series here at home.
Mm-hmm.
When they played the Flyers in 05-06, they won the first 2 here and then lost games 3 and 4 in Philadelphia. Like, whatever. The living, breathing nature of a series. I get it when coaches like being on the road because it's just, listen, don't have a lot of high expectations here. Let's play our game. Let's get one.
Yeah. I think Lindy has a good reputation for the playoffs. I don't think it is excellent. I mean, depends who you're asking. You look at his career resume and you pull up the greatest coaches of all time by wins. He's 4th all time. What's the one standout difference between him and the other guys he's listed near? It's the Stanley Cup column.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of it. I mean, that's just, did you win or did you lose? They lost a Stanley Cup Finals on a goal that shouldn't have counted. So, that's on his resume, and that hurts. But did they ever lose a series? I wonder actually how much you would get this in hockey anyway. It's not football. Did they ever lose a series where Lindy got blamed for it? Again, I don't really know if we do that in hockey with anybody.
Right.
But I don't ever remember them losing a series like, Lindy should have done this different, or this line should have been put together different, or this, I don't know, like this goaltending decision. They often don't have goaltending decisions.
Right, 05-06, why do they lose? Injuries, that's it. It's the only reason they lose in 05-06.
Right.
In 06-07, what happens? They lose to
Ottawa 2 overtime games.
A bunch of one-goal games. A lot of times throughout his career, did he not have the team that was thought to be inferior, but he had a stud in net? Like a lot of
that's all the Hasek.
That's the Hasek years. Is you're going to be like, hey, you won those series. You had the cheat code.
Yep, it's both your last 2 Miller series.
Not to say you didn't have a positive role or didn't do something well, but you win a series with Hasek, it's going to be like, well, you had Hasek.
Yeah,
a lot of it.
He won. I think it's 2 playoff series after he left Buffalo. He won in round 1 in 16 against the Wild with Dallas, and then he won that series you mentioned against the Rangers in 7. When he was with New Jersey. So he's won 2 playoff series since he left, I believe.
Let's go to Greg in Toronto. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome back, Jeremy. I glad you and the family made it back safe and sound.
Thank you.
Considering the trials and tribulations you experienced on the way back.
It took a long time. I learned that sometimes it's difficult to get off of an island.
Yes, that too, and I'm sorry you missed the last 6 holes of the Masters. But anyway, the Bruins scare me. I'm really glad the Sabres are in the playoffs again, but, being a Toronto fan as well, we've had our trials and tribulations, speaking of which, with the Bruins, and I wish it was any other team but the Bruins because they have this second year for the playoffs, and even without Marchand, I don't know. I wish it was anyone else because if they can get out of the East, because the West seems so weak, that I really think they can win the Stanley. Really, and I'm not. That's not sheer excitement. It's really. I really think they can do it if they can get out of the East, and if they get by Boston, and
Yeah, I mean the West. By the way, like the West is weak after you get past the top 3 teams. So the odds of you playing one of those teams in the end is probably not that high if you get that far. But the East is tough. I like how it sets up for them in round 1. I wouldn't say that about anything after the fact. Like, you're going to play elite teams. This team, I think if you want to make the case they're not an elite team, I would. I think that is totally reasonable. I think the numbers and the data back that up. This is maybe a good team in Boston, but it's not an elite team. But you will probably see an elite team every round after this. So you're going to have to go through it. This would be Ottawa a bit. I guess you're just flipping when your easy series.
Well, if Ottawa gets by Carolina, they get a break. They get
exactly.
Pittsburgh, Philly.
You would get a series that you're going to be favored in round 2 against an opponent that you would feel pretty good about. Carolina, same thing if they win. And if you're the Sabres, you're just not going to get that past this round. Like, there's no series they would be a big favorite in. They probably wouldn't be. Maybe they'd be a favorite over Montreal if they won this round. They wouldn't be over Tampa, and I'm not sure how many other teams they could play reasonably that they would be thought of as, oh, yeah, you should win this series.
Yeah. I just think how much of the Bruins and what they have been for the last however many years they're just not what they used to be.
I want to throw it all out.
The personality. Now, to the point, I just went back to find out, like, when's the last time they lost in the first round?
Boston?
And then I went to, when's the last time they lost in the first round that wasn't in 7 games?
Okay, because they lost in the first round.
To
Remember
Florida.
the year that everyone assumed the Sabres would lose in round 1 if they had made it. So what's the point?
They had Boston at 130 points.
Yeah, and they lost in round 1 to Florida.
Yeah.
Florida did end up going all the way.
That was in 7 games.
That was in 7?
They lost in the first round to Carolina in 7 games.
Okay.
Last time they
did
lost.
they lose to No, they never lost to Toronto.
No, they beat Toronto in a 7-game series. They got knocked out by Tampa in 4.
They've won against Toronto multiple times. In
Right.
series.
And to say, like, they're not the old Bruins is not to say they can't win the series. Like, of course they could. It's just they put on that uniform, and you might think about, the Lucic, Marchand, Bergeron, Krejci Bruins who won a million playoff series, and you've got none of those guys, just Pasternak. And Victor Arvidsson, nice players, good players.
It's McAvoy would be the one.
McAvoy's very good.
McAvoy, the kingpin of their blue line. He was around as a young player for kind of the tail end of that era in Boston. But like the guys that were in the meat of their contending Stanley Cup window are not really there anymore. So, yes, I want to respect a couple guys that are still hanging around that are playing at a top level. But yeah, I do not think of that team as being anything near what they were 5 years ago. That team was a bully. That team was physical. That team had some of the best possession seasons you had ever seen. 130-point year that you mentioned, where you'd go to the playoffs and all the guys that had done it before and still playing at a high level, you had so many important pieces that you could trust if you were a Bruins fan. Whereas now, that list is so thin. There are only so few guys on that Bruins team where you would just think, yeah, McAvoy's going to show up in this series. Yeah, Pasternak's going to show up in this series. Swayman's going to show up. I might be done after that. It's like guys I trust are going to play well for them.
Well, one more thing. I want to get to Owen here on Swayman and the series itself. Marco Sturm, Bruins head coach, his first playoff series. How much does
As a head coach?
Yeah. How much does that matter? Like, all right, 7 games against the same team, lineup tweaks, this and that. First career playoff series for Marco Sturm as a head coach. So, Owen, how about you? Swayman, on that point, what do you feel?
Well, I think your point about the coaching is even more important with going up against Lindy. I mean, Lindy's been around for forever, and he's got all these years, and he's probably got a few tricks up his sleeve that he knows he could try and fool a young coach with. So that's big. I mean, Swayman is very talented and undeniably great, but he has also had hiccups and has gone through ups and downs in his young career already, and that stuff can pile up on you quick. And there's also, I think, the Sabres offensively, their style, I don't think is conducive to a goaltender dominating necessarily because of their approach offensively with how much they take their time. They look for premier plays so that they can beat anybody that's in that net. So Swayman, to me, is a bigger factor against a team like Carolina that just is going to throw pucks at you and hope something beats you because they're a volume team. It's what they do. Whereas the Sabres are making plays that are beating anybody. I mean, the last 2 goals they scored on Chicago the other night, who is stopping those in the NHL?
Right.
There's not a goalie stopping those pucks.
Yeah.
It's not the McLeod one that gets through Shesterkin. It's plays. They're making plays to beat guys. And that gives me a lot of confidence that they could get through a sort of muddied up series by a goaltender. And so I find optimism in that. I'm with Joe on this series. I do not see a path for the Bruins to really take control over anything in this series. I just don't see it. They're not fast enough. They don't have the depth that the Sabres have, and I just don't see them playing 7 games or 6 games and beating the Sabres. I just can't. I can't see it.
Quick note on Swayman, too. I just mentioned, Marco Sturm, first ever playoff series. For Swayman, kind of still strikes me how young he is. He's 25.
Yeah.
Like he's around for a long time. Last year in the playoffs, Swayman went 6-6, but that's not what I'm getting at. His quality start percentage and his goals saved above expected. His goals saved above expected was 11.1 in 12 games.
That's nuts.
You have to, if he has that kind of series, you basically kind of have to beat them by 2 every night.
That's kind of how I think if they won a series against the Sabres in 6 or 7 games, it wouldn't be the Bruins controlled the series. It would be throw your hands up, Jeremy Swayman, man.
He was
what am I going to? Holy cow!
933 save percentage and quality start percentage of 83% in 12 games. He gave them his. The reason I looked deeper into it is his playoff record is 9-10. You're like, oh, that's not that impressive.
Yeah,
but for a goalie, are they scoring for you? And again, 11 goals save above expected in 12 games last postseason.
Similar to the Miller series you were talking about earlier, where he has like a 930 and they lose, and everybody's mad because he gave up one bad one. That's the life of a goalie. You've got, there's that kind of pressure where you can't make one mistake, and especially on a team like Boston where they are relying so heavily upon that can become sort of exemplified and really rise to the surface. So, yeah, he is capable of doing that, but I think that the Sabres are also capable of doing what they do against anybody on the planet.
Yeah.
So that is what gives me the confidence to say, I just don't think that they are a team that can be dominated solely by a goaltender through a playoff series.
Yeah.
I could see him stealing a game too, but I just don't think he's stealing 4 games for them.
Yeah. You make a really good point about the types of shots and goals the Sabres are going for. That Tage goal against Chicago specifically, there's no goalie that's ever lived that's making that save.
Right.
Swayman, though, I will say, not all of them are going to be that easy, even if they're high danger. I just looked real quick, all right, let's see. Is his save percentage and the goal save numbers, any of that different based on the quality of the save? I remember this used to be Leonard. Robin Leonard used to be one of these guys where he had a really high danger save percentage, and his low danger save percentage was ridiculously bad.
Yeah.
They let in all the easy ones. And I looked at Swayman for this. Number 1 in the league in high danger save percentage this year.
Sweet.
Not to say your point is wrong. I think your point still holds water. This guy just still might be the guy that can fight against that better than anybody else.
That's a good number to get, because that is the kind of thing that goes against what I'm saying here, and that is an interesting metric.
But still, only somewhat. Again, there are some chances that you're going to create that. It's an 870 save percentage against high danger. You're still going to be scoring on a higher percentage of those looks. It's just he might be better at it than anybody else you were going to see.
How about how often the Sabres generate those chances?
That's the thing.
Right.
If they're able to generate 5 more of those a game and they're scoring at that 870 or even maybe higher clip, then if you're able to generate enough of those, you're going to still be able to pot some goals.
Absolutely.
And that is... Just because his percentage is however much higher on those chances doesn't mean that those chances still don't go in a lot. They do. They end up in the back of the net all the time. It's just he's better at slowing that down, but that doesn't mean he's going to stop them all. Yep. And if you just create more than he can handle, then you're going to overwhelm him.
I've got on high danger chance percentage for each team, the Sabres are better. They're not great. They're, middle of the league, and Boston's near the bottom in terms of how often they generate those.
They don't have much in terms of offensive output.
And all this is to say, by the way, because all Swayman's numbers are really good and really top level in the league. Luukkonen is ahead of him in some of these categories, and he's not far behind in many others.
Yeah.
So even though, yes, their goalie is scary, their goalie is the scariest thing for me about their team, it would feel a little different if the Sabres, we just didn't trust at all what we had going in. And because Luukkonen has kind of locked that down and not really had a poor game in a while here, him feeling like he could match Swayman or come close to doing that gives me confidence that advantage won't be so extreme that it's going to goalie winning the series for Boston, it's not just Swayman getting saves. Like you got to have Luukkonen have a poor series on top of that to make that position like the determining factor.
Yeah.
And Luukkonen's not playing right now like you would expect him to get way outplayed by the other guy.
There's also when you're playing a guy 7 games in a row, you learn stuff. And I'm going to do a deep dive on Swayman in the next couple days here and get a look on what I think the Sabres could do to try to expose him. There are always edges to be found, and I trust that the Sabres coaching staff are going to find those.
803-0550. Sabres and Bruins. Paul, Jerry, we'll get right to your calls on the other side. We got to get our draft of drum bangers at the arena. We'll keep trying to pick through the schedule, nuggets, if we can get any intel.
Tage Thompson bobblehead night tonight, by the way.
Fan appreciation night.
Yeah. First 15,000 fans get a Tage Thompson bobblehead.
Have a day. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for...
We're 8 days away, and you've just posted at the Herd Mentality your latest 7-round mock draft, and there's a name that, I think this is how it goes, Joe. We get new names as we go. Like, these guys are stocks. They're rising and they're falling, and there's a name that you had, and I saw Chris Trapasso mention him a couple times, and I've seen him a little bit here and there. He might be moving up the board into the first round now, and you mocked him to the Bills, and that's Malachi Lawrence, a defensive end from UCF, right? And what can you tell us about Malachi Lawrence?
Well, I think what I really like about Malachi Lawrence compared to some of the other ideas that we see for the Bills at 26 when it comes to the edge rusher is that I'm not making nearly as many concessions. Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, I think they are premier burst bend guys. But I think that's it. I think that's all they have. They don't have length. They're not going to help you on rundowns. And frankly, if they don't win with speed up the arc, you're playing with 10 on defense. And what I like about Malachi Lawrence is I think I get 90% of the burst and bend with way more length, with way more of a run defense profile, and probably more pass rush moves. He's just, if those guys are A+ burst and bend, he's A- burst and bend. And so I think that's just more appealing to me because of the overall toolbox that is just more complete and offers you more value in more situations on defense. And so I think it's important for the Bills to find some help from this front seven. And the realistic edge rusher that I find myself most excited about at 26 is Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
Sabres Bruins it is. And
Yep.
I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no, that you cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that they're maybe a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round one because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal, got really hot down the stretch, and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And, yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Allmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets.
The matchup is set. The Bruins, after their win, roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres, the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time and day this weekend, still TBD. Speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cab. Your ride on time every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Looking around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Shane said, we'll see what happens down the road. When asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request, ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 overall. And Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones said the Cowboys have had no one call with interest in George Pickens regarding a potential trade. In other news, NFL reporter Diana Rossini resigned from The Athletic following photos being published of her and Mike Vrabel. And in baseball, Blue Jays beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all of the details. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
They chanted, "We want Buffalo" last night in Boston. And they want to go to the playoffs, and they are going to the playoffs, which they knew. But with a win over New Jersey last night, they locked up a spot against the Sabres. It'll be Bruins and Sabres. We don't know when the series begins. And I, for one, cannot stand that.
Pretty sure it's going to be Saturday at some point. Sabre fans will chant, "We want Boston" tonight, right? Is that not just what every sports fan does when you know who you're going to play, and no one should ever take that
Do not
much
forget,
offense to
Sabres fans this year chanted, "We want Metza," right? For Zach Metza to return to the lineup. You know,
yes,
that's
right.
You chant things. It's fine.
Without anyone being... It's not bulletin board material anymore. The "we want" chants.
No. I don't think so.
It would be ridiculous to think that at this point in sports is bulletin board when every single fan base does it.
803-0550. Jerry and Kenmore. Jerry, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Do you know who the Bruins are? They are the Dolphins. No matter who we have a rivalry with, deep down, someone will say, "Oh, what about the Dolphins?" because we've hated them forever and we'll never stop hating them. Like, even when the Dolphins come to town, we hate them. The Bruins are the Dolphins, to us. You have rivalries that come up like Tampa. But I'm going to tell you something else that's really irritated me the past few days. I've been in a Twitter battle with all these Penguin fans that think their coach should be coach of the year. Well, let me tell you a few things, Pittsburgh. You have 3 first-ballot Hall of Famers on your team. You did not win your division, and you play in a way crappier division than we do. So I don't know what makes you think you know what they'll tell you? Preseason, we were predicted to maybe be a lottery pick. You have 3 first-ballot Hall of Famers on your team right now.
Yeah, I'm not too. We went through that a little bit yesterday. It's who's more surprising, the Sabres or the Penguins?
I think it doesn't have to be that different. The different, like in terms of what the preseason expectations were, I think the biggest difference is the Sabres won the division, Pittsburgh didn't. And also, the part about the drought versus Crosby and Malkin, that shouldn't bleed into it. For me personally, like, it should be more about the seasons they had, and the Sabres have been a better team all year long. Well, not all year long. Sorry, December on, they've been better.
If I was trying to, it's funny. Like, we are here owners of the drought. We lived through it. It's over, and it's almost like let's have a quick internal discussion about the drought. Not all 14 years. They're not all 14 years created equally. Some of them, not many. Some they were mildly competitive. Right, pre-tank. They're close one year. They miss. Mm-hmm. It goes south. There's a lockout year. Lindy gets fired against Winnipeg. That's you kind of what year does the drought actually begin to have its own life? 2014 in that neighborhood, 2015. Now we're tank. Now we're post-tank. Now we're trading tank pieces away, finishing first again for Owen Power. Now Kevin Adams has entered his 4th season as the GM. Like, along the way, it got its own gravity. And I said to you last week, if you were to chop off the pre-Granato stuff and just started with Granato, we would not have felt horrible about them that entire time. Granato had them competitive in one year, disappointing. Lindy comes in disappointing, playoffs. Like, the last 4 years have not been complete, total, unmitigated disaster, but they felt more like that because they were on the end of 10 years that was a lot more Ralph Kruger, Phil Housley, tank arguments. So, like, the whole point about how the Sabres, it's almost like I'm making a point for Pittsburgh here. Like, yes, we know you ended a 14-year drought. Let's not act like it was the darkest time of the 14 years right before you did it, even though it felt dark because it was the 14th year.
Right.
They were in much lower spots. But when you're going year over year over year, it feels, it's like the real field temp. How far away are they? Answer, not that far. How far away does it feel? It's been 14 years.
There might have been 2 things that also exaggerated how low it felt, even if the team, wasn't as low as it had been before. One was the guys that had been here immediately before just went off and won.
True. That definitely made it worse.
O'Reilly, Eichel, and Reinhart win the Stanley Cup a bunch of times. And the other piece of it is the guy that was running the organization continually stepped in it.
Yep.
And could not have gave off less, I don't know, professionalism. What do you want? Inspiration to want to be a fan and believe in what they were doing.
Right. He might have needed a little help conveying messages. Right. Messaging was rough.
And I also think that it didn't help in terms of, like, how much confidence you have in the direction they're heading when he had the resume he did. When he had the back, like, you were starting from a place of, how does this guy have the job? And now it's going the way it's going. You're still not winning. And he's, all that, the press conferences, the palm trees and taxes, crying about Gergensons and Samuelson, reports.
I feel bad for the fans, where these reports come from.
Yeah, just all of that made it so hard to believe in it. And I think that part really exaggerated it too. It on the ice, you're right, maybe didn't match as negatively as all. It didn't match all of that.
Well, that's where when they lose 3 games to start a season, any other NHL fan base that hadn't been through a 14-year drought would be like, oh, wow, rough start. Whereas we are, sell the team. Like
that happened this year.
You lost a couple games in Prague last year, and it's like get them out of here.
Yeah,
because we're so sensitive to never really believing in it being good again, and now it feels like the ability to believe in everything is kind of just back. Next year, how will we think about them? Their year, like go make the playoffs, 100%. You just won the division. Why? Who's leaving? Why would I expect there to be a drop off? I mean, Talk
and the coach are going to be the two things.
That'll be it. Like, is Seth Appert going to take over if Lindy steps aside? Is Lindy just thinking I'm coming back?
That won't be nothing, but it will. This will give a lot of confidence that I think will be needed, because I do think like, those are two big changes. If those changes happen, we don't know about coach. Lindy could just be back, but I also don't think there was a lot of logical reason to believe that it was going to turn around. These guys were not all new. Like, a lot of these guys had been here and let them down before. Samuelson had been a part of the letting this team down
Jack
for
Quinn
multiple
had been
years.
Part of it for a couple seasons where like it didn't blossom.
Yeah. And maybe there were good excuses as to why that happened. But other than Darlene and Tage,
Byram was a bit of a what does he do here kind of situation.
And like Doan hadn't done it yet. And Benson was a teenager, and just, like it all did kind of grow up together. But it's not like their backgrounds were, these guys know how to do it. They have done it. We know how good they are. They just can't figure it out. That sounds to me more like maybe what Detroit is dealing with right now, or with what St. Louis is dealing with right now. Like, I've got proven players that are good, that have done it before, and they just can't figure it out. This team had no background of that, except for basically Tuck and Darlene.
Detroit has now entered the House of Pain. And what I mean by that is we would sit here and say, I just want competitive games, right? The famous line, we're hoping for competitive games in March. Like, yes, that would be a miracle to have those. And here it is, we're going to have competitive games April and playoff games and maybe even games in May. Right now, I saw a quote from a Detroit reporter, like, Red Wings fans are, the idea of Hockey Town and cups anymore? We would just like a competitive team that makes the playoffs.
The coach said that.
Right. Okay.
The coach said in his press conference, maybe it was after the final game, not his like end of season, Todd McClellan said, I don't even think fans are thinking about the cup anymore. They just want us to get into the playoffs. He said something along those lines.
And they're 5 years less than the Sabres were? Is it 9 years in a row?
This is 10.
10, so 4 years less.
10.
Right. That's where we were. Please, be a 7 seed and lose in 5 games. Like,
right.
Let's just have a normal life. And, of course, they've exceeded that. Paul in Buffalo before the break. Hey, Paul.
Guys, how are we doing? Great talk so far today. I've really enjoyed the show. A couple things happened the last time we played Boston that I know my guys who are playing with house money, and teams never play with house money like they are. But we can't, even though you're playing with house money, we cannot let David Pastrnak get lost in our zone. It happened at least 4 times the last time we played Boston. UPL made a bunch of great saves. He finally got one by him. That is inexcusable. Something else happened last time we played Boston. Tanner Giroux and Nikita Zadorov ran around and kind of abused our players. Logan Stanley and Jordan Greenway, those are your guys. Pack the foil and be ready to go, because there is no way you can let them physically abuse our players. We need to physically abuse them. Pia Samuelson, you need to put Pastrnak into the boards again and again and again like you did in the game this season. We need to be ready to go from the puck drop. Our forwards, who are high IQ players, need to know their defensive responsibilities and stick with them and be ready. They're going to clog up the neutral zone. Think of Darlene's pass to Tuck against Chicago for that beautiful goal. He throws the best 2-line breakout pass in the league, bar none. He throws it fast, he throws it accurately, and he always looks to throw it. They're going to clog the neutral zone up. So be ready to dump and chase and hit them hard. Beck Malenstein, you need to put people out of this series. Someone on this team needs to find their inner Claude Lemieux. Pack the foil, boys. Elbows up, head on a swivel, because if it's not, Charlie McAvoy will take you out. Be ready. Be aware. This is your time. Let's go, Buffalo.
Thanks, Paul.
I'm very interested what Lindy will do with a team like this that is kind of a one-line team when you have 2 really good defense pairings. A lot of this year, they have employed a strategy when they have last change, home ice. I can get Power and Byram to break even against their best guys, and that will allow Samuelson and Dahlin to go out and absolutely dominate the other lines. This is a one-line team. Do you want to do that? Because does Power against Pastrnak scare people in a playoff series? Would you rather do what Paul just said and say, yes, Samuelson, Dahlin, go. Go shut them down, go win that battle, and we'll win the rest of it? I think what Lindy decides to do with which pairing gets the Pastrnak line will be really interesting.
803-0550. Sabres and Bruins. Get excited. All right. We're going to do our drum bangers draft. That'll be fun.
I've got a board.
You got a board?
I've got a board.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I've got enough pieces on my board. I need to come in with at least 12 names.
Yeah, you got to have at least 12.
Is Ted Danson on your board?
No, but I'm going to add him. Is he from Boston? Wait, why would that matter? You're not going to have a Boston guy do it.
Drum bangers draft. All right. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 to join us. Let's have some fun here on WGR.
In Western New York, we get to the game no matter what. That means an all-wheel drive SUV you can count on, and that means Honda. And right now, your upstate Honda dealer has outstanding deals on Honda's all-star lineup, including MVPs like CR-V, HR-V, and the Honda Pilot. And right here, right now, there's never been a better time.
8 days away, and you've just posted at the Herd Mentality your latest 7-round mock draft, and there's a name that, you know, I think this is how it goes, Joe. We get new names as we go. Like, these guys are stocks. They're rising and they're falling. And there's a name that you had, and I saw Chris Trapasso mention him a couple times, and I've seen him a little bit here and there. He might be moving up the board into the first round now, and you mocked him to the Bills, and that's Malachi Lawrence, a defensive end from UCF, right? And what can you tell us about Malachi Lawrence?
Well, I think what I really like about Malachi Lawrence compared to some of the other ideas that we see for the Bills at 26 when it comes to the edge rusher is that I'm not making nearly as many concessions. You know, Cassius Howell out of Texas A&M, R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, I think they are premier burst bend guys. But I think that's it. I think that's all they have. They don't have length. They're not going to help you on rundowns. And frankly, if they don't win with speed up the arc, you're playing with 10 on defense. And what I like about Malachi Lawrence is I think I get 90% of the burst and bend with way more length, with way more of a run defense profile, and probably more pass rush moves. He's just, if those guys are A+ burst and bend, he's A- burst and bend. And so I think that's just more appealing to me because of the overall toolbox that is just more complete and offers you more value in more situations on defense. And so I think it's important for the Bills to find some help from this front seven. And the realistic edge rusher that I find myself most excited about at 26 is Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
Joe just found the Kings have 22 regulation wins.
It's unbelievable.
And 20 overtime games. I'll just offer this. Having that many overtime games means you're hard to beat in regulation. While you might think only 22 regulation wins overall thinks you're bad, you get to that overtime that many times, I feel like that makes you a little bit of a scary playoff team to face. Just saying. The Drum Bangers Draft, the first annual. Do that. Talk more Sabres Bruins, too, with you here on WGR.
The matchup is set. The Boston Bruins, after their win, they'll roll into KeyBank Center this weekend to take on the Atlantic Division champion Buffalo Sabres in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Time of day this weekend is still TBD. Speaking of the playoffs, WGR is your home for every moment of the run. Grab your Let's Go Buffalo playoff signs now at Lenco Supplies, featuring incredible discounts going on now. And get there with Liberty Cap, your ride on time every time. Before all of that, they take on the Dallas Stars tonight to close out the regular season at home. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6 right here on WGR. Around the NFL, Giants GM Joe Shane said, "We'll see what happens down the road," when asked about Dexter Lawrence's trade request. ESPN's Jamison Hensley believes there's a strong chance the Ravens add a wide receiver at number 14 overall. In baseball, Blue Jays, they beat the Brewers 9-7. The Yankees lost to the Angels 7-1. The Mets lost to the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox lost 6-0 to the Twins. Join Schulp Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special Thursday, April 16th from 4 to 6:30, streaming live on YouTube. Get the latest on who is being mocked where, hear from the insiders, and guest appearances from Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Nate Geary, and Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals, visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Do we know? Is TNT have music we know? Is this?
This is ESPN.
Right. This is ESPN, NHL.
I don't know.
TNT has a theme,
NBC. I know. I remember NBC's music. TNT. Should we know it? No Hockey Night in Canada.
We should know it, but I don't.
I don't.
Off the top of my
I
head.
can't think of it.
It's too new. They're too.
They've been around for a couple of years.
Yeah,
maybe I haven't really cared about the games enough on TNT. There's only a couple a year, but in the playoffs, I don't know. I can't place it.
Yeah, I don't have one in my head either.
We're going to get it after a quick advertisement. Give me one moment.
Okay. I can think of the TNT NBA theme pretty easily.
Because the games will be
and
in
it's
what?
not the same as that.
The game. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I know this.
Right, okay. Sure.
The second, I heard one note. I'm like, yep.
Yeah, right.
Heard it.
Sounds like the ESPN football theme.
Question: has Gretzky been around this year at all on the coverage?
No, I think they've leaned away a little bit from the Gretzky for reasons.
Chelios has done a little bit.
Yes. I forgot about
yeah
Wayne's current standing in Canada.
Right.
All right.
Well, that doesn't necessarily matter because TNT's U.S.
True.
But
803-0550. If you want to talk with us about Sabres Bruins, we'll take it. Happy to get your calls on this. So, how do you like the Sabres and the Bruins? I'm a fan of I think the draw goes well. You avoid Tampa and Montreal in the first round. You play a Bruins team that is slower than you. You have the speed. They have the goalie. I saw the numbers that Swayman is 8-1-1 in his last 10 against the Sabres. Now, granted, a lot of those games were against bad Sabres teams.
Yes, they are.
Not this Sabres team.
I'm almost the most happy with how the rest of the bracket fell because those other teams are going to take each other out. Like Montreal, Tampa, one of those two teams being out is really nice.
Yep.
Ottawa, Carolina, same thing. Like I'm very pleased about that situation.
Yeah, Swayman played the Sabres once this season. 21 saves on 22 shots and a win.
Yeah.
803-0550. Shall we do the drum bangers draft?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. We did a draft order. Those of you who want to play along the home version of this game, feel free to shout names at us, drop them in the chat on YouTube. The drum bangers draft. So here's how it'll work. We'll each draft teams of 3 drum bangers. The person who will be at the arena, ladies and gentlemen, and they hit the drum. Let's go Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
If your drum banger does bang the drum, you get a point. And then you get to replenish with another person on the free agent market.
Okay.
There'll be 3 rounds of this draft.
We will have free agency available.
Yes, there will be waiver, maybe waivers after a round too. Like if you want to do that in between games, get our minds off the intensity. But a lot of chatter about who will be the first drum banger at the arena for game 1. The draft order is Joe DiBiase, Joe Cali, me, and then Owen. We'll snake it, 3 rounds, be done, have our teams, and get ourselves off to the drum bangers draft. results and who actually bangs the drum. So with the first pick, Joe DiBiase.
You could go a bunch of different ways here, but I'm going to go with someone that has an iconic playoff goal for the Buffalo Sabres against the Boston Bruins. And I believe he will be available this weekend. I'm going to pick Brad May as the drum banger.
Okay, May Day.
May Day against the Bruins.
Was this the first player on your board?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you picked first.
I mean, I picked first, so.
I would hope so.
Hey, you never know.
I would hope
If you asked me in the press conference after the draft, was he number one on my board, I would have said yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe Kelly up for pick 2 overall.
All right. When asked about, dream sporting event to attend, it was a Sabres home playoff game. Josh Allen I'm taking off the board to bang the drum.
Now, he was a little lower on my list because he did just have a child.
Yes.
Right.
So you would need to be convincing him to come in. He might. A day, Terry
like-
gives him the private jet for a day.
Yeah. All right, Josh Allen is the pick at 2 overall. Clarification question. Is Josh Allen and family a different pick than simply Josh Allen?
Oh,
what if they?
What if it's the baby
The
and
first
Haley
appearance
off to the
of
side?
the baby.
No. No, we are only counting who actually hits the drum.
Okay.
Okay. What if they have the baby hit the
If
drum
Haley
with a
is
tiny little
stand-
mallet?
These are listen. It's not right. It's not about
You
likelihood.
could draft Josh Allen's child if you want.
So if you draft Allen and the family goes up there and someone else bangs it,
then
Okay.
you don't get it.
It's right.
All that matters is who bangs the drum.
What if it's all 3 hands on the mallet, though? Like, what if they...
Then we split points.
Okay.
You split points. If
It's
if
half
you had
credit,
Allen and I had the baby, we'd each get a half point.
Okay.
All right.
I'm glad we're hammering these rules out early.
This is important.
We don't want to have to answer these questions after the fact. All right, it's my pick. Josh Allen is off the board. Brad May is off the board. I'm going to take a man who is around the organization quite a bit. I don't know if it's going to be game 1. He'll be here for one of these games. I'm taking Ryan Miller.
Oh,
Ryan Miller was number 1 on my board.
Yeah.
3rd pick overall. I don't know if I'll get game 1, but if there are some playoff games at this arena, he's going to be there.
And Boston, too, for our point earlier about revenge time for
Beat
them.
these-
Like, it would be
beat
cool
these
for him
guys.
to get that.
Ryan Miller.
All right.
I'm thrilled with this pick. It's a sprint to the podium pick.
That is absolutely. I am also very, very, very excited to make my pick here.
Owen's got 2 in a row here.
I got 2 in a row here. I am with my first pick. I'm taking Pat LaFontaine, who made his appearance on WGR yesterday with the wonderful Tim Graham 1-3. That feels like a guy that they could. Let's bridge this gap and get the crowd going berserk.
Okay.
If they could pull that off, I think that would.
He called in to Tim Graham yesterday.
I think Tim was trying to get a hold of him, and Pat had a few minutes, and it was a really great conversation about the closing of the odd.
I heard it.
It was really cool. Really cool to hear from Pat, and great job by Tim to get him. All right, and then with my second pick, I wanted Miller bad, but I didn't think he was going to get here. I'm gonna take another like 05-06 guy though. I'm gonna take Jason Pominville.
Like it.
As,
Like the pick.
as my next pick here on the go around. So LaFontaine and Pominville, my first 2.
Okay. LaFontaine and Pominville. With my next pick, 6th overall, we're going to bridge the gap into other people that could be here that are not Sabres related. We got Josh Allen, who's not a Sabres figure here. I think I'm going for Jim Kelly.
Okay, I like that.
I'm taking Jim Kelly here.
Yep.
Bang the drum somewhere along the way.
I think he did it recently somewhere.
did.
I mean, he's probably done it a few times.
Yep.
I would imagine.
It was, for me, it was a 50-50 here between Jim and Thurman. Thurman's at a lot of games. Thurman's
Yep.
got jerseys on at the games. Thurman would be the arena would pop big time for Thurman. I thought about it. Is it too late to change? I'm going to go to Thurman now.
I think your hands off the
card's
piece.
been
All right,
handed.
fine.
Yeah.
The card's been handed in.
The
but-
commissioner announced the pick.
Jim, all right, Jim Kelly. Jim Kelly. Joe Kelly's up next.
All right. I'm gonna go. Went non-Sabre to start. I'm going Maxifin again off here.
Wow. Joe is in ruin right now.
I know.
He's
He's not in town.
But you had
He
two
might
picks.
be.
You had 2 picks coming up. You are.
maybe I was hoping to sneak him in the last
You
round.
are
as like
going
a
to absolutely throw a pick at him. You are floored right now.
Yeah.
I didn't think it would go round
How-
2.
Maybe
How
I
could
thought
you?
that might happen.
2 feels like a reach.
Oh yeah, big
Might
reach.
be.
Big reach here.
Might be.
Does he know something we don't know? He's in town.
Yeah, you got
He's visiting
insider trading.
He's
I
visiting
track
the
his
in-laws in
planes.
Toronto, maybe.
Track his flight patterns.
Yeah.
Joe DiBiase
For 2.
Sneaky Joe for 2 straight.
All right, so I am going to go with a little bit of a Bills route here. You left me Thurman. I will take Thurman Thomas. Massive Sabre fan. And I will take Joe Brady. Who we know is around. He's been to games. He's been to a win now.
One win. He did say that he's finally been to a win. That's
so that
good.
might help a little bit in that. I'm going to go Joe Brady.
Okay. I had him on my board. I have my concerns about whether or not the Sabres would feel like they're upstaging, Brady's upstaging the moment. Again, whatever. But why is Josh any different there? So, all right, Joe Brady. Joe Cali for the next pick.
Okay. I was thinking, I think I'm going to go a little in pop culture here. We're going to go Chad Michael Murray.
Wow.
My draft board's
His
just going
team's
to
the
be
most
crazy.
fun.
Yeah.
His team's the most fun so far.
We're a fun group. We're a
Chad
fun
Michael
group.
Murray. He was at the last game at Highmark Stadium, so
I don't want to.
First playoff game.
You say his team is fun. I think his team is Josh Allen right at home carrying this team.
Oh, yes.
Allen, Afinogenov, and Chad Michael Murray. This is a Josh Allen carried team.
Chad Michael
the Bills'
Murray
offense.
could be.
Chad Michael Murray's not banging the drum.
Why not?
For game 2 of no.
Why
he
not?
did it
He
earlier
could be.
this year already.
There you go. Look at that.
What night? Who was the opponent?
I was there.
It was like a Tuesday against
He
the
did
Islanders.
it. Fickner did it this year, too.
Fickner was also on my list. Yeah.
Fickner did it
Might
this
be a
year.
potential.
Fickner's on my
It's fine.
board.
That's fine. Great.
We'll see. Hate it.
All right, my final pick, the third round. I've got a pick here. I'm glad I played the game. Could it go this long before I could pull this one out? Which is a little RJ's family.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen that a lot online.
The chat wants that pick.
Chat is heavy on
The
the RJ
family of RJ representation. I'm taking that.
Yeah.
RJ's family. Somewhere, the wife, banging the drum.
Yep.
Legit.
Big
All right.
pop. Game 1. It's first playoff game without him. It's a different era. Dan will do great. I think people love Dan. He'll do a great job. But it'll be kind of like it's another, whatever. We had RJ night. We've had our moments. And I know a lot of people think about him for the playoffs for sure. The first playoff game without him, he'll be on a lot of people's minds. RJ's family.
Good one. Very good one.
Owen, for the final pick. Unless we want to edit it, we could do a fourth round. If
I
you wanna
wouldn't mind a fourth round. I'm not gonna lie.
I got names.
I have more names on my board.
Can you imagine the actual NFL draft did that? Like, actually, the teams have decided they want to go one more.
That is baseball. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Baseball, you draft as long as you want. I think I'll look it up. I think the Astros once decided we just want to keep picking, and they went like round 80 something.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But it was just them. Like no one else made a pick after round like 30, and then the Astros just made like 50 draft picks.
Yeah.
All right, Owen for 2. We're adding a round.
All right. I'm gonna take the Dominator, Dominic Hasek.
That's a good one.
Just feels like that's gonna happen. And then I'll add a Bills name into my list. I've got all Sabres legends here. Give me Steve Tasker.
That's a good one too.
I like that pick.
I like my
Tasker,
squad a lot.
2 on my board.
Tasker is really good at like those kind of things, those
That's right.
moments. The where would you rather be?
Yep.
It might be chilly. He's got a good portfolio of hype. He's good
for sure.
All right, to me, between 2 former Sabres here. How big do I want to go?
Yeah, I was right. The 1990 MLB draft went 101 rounds.
Wow.
But it was just the Astros and the Mets going back and forth for like 25 rounds.
That's funny.
The USHL draft is like that. You can draft.
You can just draft till whenever you say you're done.
Like 30 rounds one year when I was supposed to get
Do I
picked.
want the
Didn't get
last
picked.
Sabre to score an overtime winner? Tyler Ennis is on the board. Patrick Coletta is on my board.
I did look up the Blue Jays schedule to see if Ernie Clement was available. He is not.
Patrick Coletta's on my board. Thomas Vanek's on my board.
Vanek still being there feels juicy, by the way.
Thomas Vanek is so lazy he fell to the fourth
You know what?
round.
Yeah, they just announced at 0506 night, right? Pominville and Vanek are going to the Sabres Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Playoff game, Bruins.
Yeah. Oh,
This
yeah.
entire series is about avenging Thomas Vanek for the Johnny Boychuk slash on the leg. Give me Thomas Vanek.
You've got the full revenge team, Miller
I do.
and Vanek.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yep. All right, to Joe Cali for one.
This might be a little outside the box, and saying that about my current team, this might go a little crazy.
What else is new? His whole team so far.
I can't wait. Wait, hold on.
Wait, he thinks
hold on.
he thinks this is outside the box, given the rest of his team.
We're about to
is
do
normal.
a sub-draft where we draft Joe's next idea. Yes. Who do we think Joe's going to pick?
He's gonna pick like McConaughey or something. I don't know.
He's going to pick
one of the heated rivalry guys that said that the Sabres were horrible.
Mm-hmm.
One of those guys.
One of
Ryan
the
Whitney.
spitting chicklets guys.
You can't
too?
do that. They're too Boston aligned. I did think about that, but they're Boston. No, they're Boston centric.
Unless they come out wearing a Bruins jersey and get booed, and then they rip off the Bruins jersey to unveil
They're not
a
about to
Sabres
do
jersey.
like Paul Bissonnette, right? Like, no way. You're not.
No.
That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
will they do that? Like, he comes out in a Bruins jersey, he rips it off, Sabre jersey.
You're not giving.
I
This,
don't
you're
want
not
them to do
giving
that.
this
I don't
moment
want them to do
away
that.
for a meme. This is an important moment. All right, who is it?
All right. This is, again, outside the box. A lifelong Sabres fan. Grew up in the drought, all of it. Alex Tuck. I think they're going to let him bang the drum. Maybe not in the usual
Wait,
location.
Like, he runs up the stairs to bang the drum and then runs back down.
Maybe not in the usual location, but they might let him do it.
Have Sabretooth wheel it down to the bench
Mm-hmm.
for him.
All he talks about is how he grew up a fan of the team in the dark, and now he's part of it, breaking it.
I think this idea is awesome.
It is.
And if they did it, it would be bananas.
You know who also would be awesome to do it?
Lindy?
Lindy.
Yes.
Lindy doing it
Yeah.
would be all time. That would be insane. Lindy got up there and banged the drum.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Final pick of the draft for Joe.
Could go a couple of different ways. Your Danny Gare is still on the board. Got a guy's name in the rafters.
I know. I thought about him.
That is up there.
Are we doing another round after this, by the way?
I did.
Thought
I keep
about
going.
John Resnick from Goo Goo Dolls. Better
Yes.
Days.
Wow.
That's an idea.
That's good, too.
Thought about Deion Dawkins, but I don't know where we're at with him right now. in
Do you
terms
want
of
that for PR?
relationship.
He's on my board.
He could mend it by this.
I thought about Darlene's fiance. You want to go for the emotional part of this? That'd be great. Man. I think I'm going to go with John Resnick. Give me Goo Goo Dolls. Better Days leading him in, too.
All right, you're up for another pick. We're doing another round.
Do you think there's a Sabres
we're doing another round?
Yeah, let's go.
Just like, oh, these guys are awesome.
I will say
Yeah.
one thing about John Resnick. Diagnosed with pneumonia, and they canceled a lot of their shows. So I don't know.
Okay.
He can't sing. He can.
He'll bang the drum, maybe.
Tough one.
Hands off the
You
piece.
just got the report
it's
that
too
the
late.
the player you drafted tweaked a knee in training camp.
Yeah.
Jordan
That's a
Tyson.
tough one.
Yeah.
If I pick like KC Concepcion here.
You want to get me excited?
Hey, you're in town for a visit. You wanna head over and what's Darcy Regier doing?
You could even get that. I mean, maybe round 2. If he's their first round pick, that could be a thing for real.
Yep.
Yeah, this is not just for game one. These are that's why the building out a big roster is good
What
here.
do I want to do here then? I want to go with
We're in the conference finals, and Joe Cali is still holding out hope for Chad Michael Murray here.
Yes.
I mean, there's not many you could go for in like the Hollywood space.
No, that's right.
No.
That was one. He was
Wendy-
at the last Bills game.
Who wants Wendy Malick?
Oh, I saw that.
Wolf Blitzer.
That was my next pick. Not even kidding.
See, really, what you need here is you need the commitment to the team, not just to be a fan, but this person needs to want to go to game one.
Luke Russert.
Oh.
There are so many names here that we could
like
do
that.
this
Kinda like
for
that.
so long.
Well, Joe, you're up. Your next pick.
I'll take Jeff Skinner.
Oh,
That's a good one.
was thinking about him.
Bring back the chicken
Give me
dinner
Jeff
promo.
Skinner. He's well liked. The
Big
guys
smile.
on the team would be fired up. You get the big smile.
Some
He's not doing anything right now.
Some playoff between two stalls.
He's from
Yes.
Southern Ontario, so he's probably a quick drive away. Jeff Skinner.
It's good.
Okay.
I like it. Don't credit him as a former Sabres player, but just hosted between two stalls.
I mean, he's on the payroll still, too, right? Like,
Right?
Joe
go
Cali.
put him to work.
Joe Cali for the next pick.
All right, I'm going to stick to what I said. Wolf Blitzer is the next pick.
Wolf Blitzer.
Is it possible Joe's tanking for next year's
I
draft?
think maybe.
Maybe.
The Wolf Blitzer pick is one of his better picks, I would say. So
You
far.
think Wolf Blitzer has a better chance than Chad Michael Murray?
Yes.
I don't know.
I mean,
It's debatable.
0.2% to 0.3% here.
All
Right.
To me for another pick.
It's who has a better chance, the team that's 12th in the lottery or 13th?
I had a couple names just flash through. I'm thinking of who do I want here? Jay McKee flashed into my mind for a moment. Don't mind that.
Okay.
We've named a lot here. The problem is everyone we named that we didn't pick, I deleted and I should have. Like Patrick Collette is still on the board.
He is.
Yeah. McKee also might still be coaching.
Right. I'm worried about that too. Like, is there a moment?
Is there any other Bill you could pick here? I mean, Khalil Shakir just did it. What about Keon?
Who wants to make the joke? Go ahead and make the joke.
I'm not gonna make.
Who's going to make the joke?
I'm not gonna make the joke. Go ahead. You're thinking it.
Do it.
Will he be there for face-off?
Thank you.
Someone had to do it. This is what we're here for.
Bruce Smith. He doesn't live locally though.
Fly somebody in. Perot?
He did it. He did it this year.
Still on the board?
I had him written down and I deleted him because he was just here. And I don't know, like is he 80 yet?
75.
75. Yes. Guys in his mid 70s. You're gonna ask him to come back a month after he was just here.
It's the playoffs.
He might want to for the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe I don't know.
I know he's 75 off the top of my head because I did this in my scouting report. Like, how old is he? Do I want Perot here?
Wow, you were really. I mean, yeah.
I've been reading.
There is you want the drum banging to be like energetic, right?
Oh, I got one more name.
So like there were a couple of people that I did like I thought of Jim Lorenz, for instance.
Yep.
I'm just like, you got to get a big energized drum beat. So not that they couldn't do that.
Was it Don Luce this year that did not exactly hit the cadence I was supposed to?
I don't remember.
I remember the drum, but I don't remember who it was.
Mm-hmm. Somebody was really slow.
Yeah. Did not do the thing.
It was
like on the rhythm of it?
Yeah, it was like clap. Clap.
Was it
clap, clap, clap.
Oh, it was Drew Bledsoe.
Right.
Yes.
Do I want Drew Bledsoe here? Bledsoe calls the Sabres like, yo, I need redemption for my Bills legend of the game.
Yeah, but he's a Boston guy too.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry, he was a Patriot. He's not a Boston guy.
Is there any Boston figure you could get to like turn on them?
Oh, Tom Brady. They already hate him because he wouldn't root for the Patriots.
What?
Bring Brady in, full anti. You know what? He's total anti-Boston now. He didn't root for the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Now we're gonna get him rooting against the hometown hockey team. Brady.
It's the craziest thing I've ever heard said on this show.
Tom Brady.
This is not a nothing pick.
Imagine the reaction. Just like people wouldn't know what to do. Do I boo him?
See what names are in the chat here. I can
Belichick. Also,
I got to tell you,
Belichick really hates Boston.
Not to give you this pick, but Gronkowski identified himself as a huge Sabres fan last year. You could do Tom Brady, but not Gronkowski.
I'm mostly kidding. I'm kidding about Brady and Belichick. Right. Gronk is someone you could actually think about, and I don't think you would do it.
Christine Baranski. I mean, Wendy Malik's in Shrinking. It's a great show. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure she's banging the drum.
Great show, by the way.
It is a great show.
It's an amazing show.
Yes, it is.
It's kind of become modern day Full House.
Better
than Full House.
Way better.
Way better.
Way.
I mean, Full House is iconic.
When you're 12. Shrinking.
No,
adults,
it's iconic in general.
Adults think Shrinking is good.
Adults didn't watch Full House
with their kids. They did not think it was very good.
Really?
It was just on TGIF.
I mean, it was a sitcom in the 90s. What was good?
Fair. The chat has suggested Doug Allen, the Earl of Bud, Fitz.
What about Terry?
How about Fitz?
Ooh,
give me Fitz.
No, that's a good pick.
Give me Fitz. Don't give me
Fitz is good.
I mean, I said it. That'll be my one wild card pick, but I don't like it. I already hate that pick.
Would he be the only legend of the game drum crossover? No, because you've had the Kelly and those guys.
Yeah.
Well, Marv.
One last pick for Owen.
Kevin Adams.
That was
wasted pick.
Wasted pick. Funny, but wasted pick.
I think my team is awesome, so I'm okay.
You've got
with burning
Pominville, Hasek, Tasker,
LaFontaine,
and Kevin Adams.
What a way to round it
Joe
out.
DiBiase, Sneaky Joe has Brad May, Max Affiniganoff.
No, I don't have Max Affiniganoff.
Oh, sorry.
He wrote it down assuming I would pick him.
You have Brad May, Thurman, Joe Brady, Johnny Resnick, and Jeff Skinner.
Yep.
Joe Kelly has Josh Allen, Max Afinogenov, Chad Michael Murray, Alex Tuck, and
Wolf Blitzer.
Wolf Blitzer.
What a line.
And I have Miller, Kelly, the Jenneret family, Vanek, and Fitz.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
This is legit. I think we're going to have waivers to do.
Best of luck, everyone.
I think this is going to be good.
Everyone that gets one right, it's a point, and you go to waivers. It's going to be wild when in game 1, it's Josh Allen, and you're like, point for Joe. Who do you pick next? And he says something like,
Michael Bublé.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, next man up.
Here we
next
go.
man up. All right, 803-0550, Sabres and Bruins. We don't know when the series gets started, not yet. But we do know we've got full teams of drum bangers at this point. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Get a great deal on an award-winning Honda SUV. For deals and details, visit upstate.hondadealers.com today.
Sabres Bruins it is. And
Yeah.
I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no. That you
Can't
cannot
lose to them.
you cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there are a little, not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that they're maybe a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round 1 because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal. Got really hot down the stretch and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And, yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Allmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets.
In Western New York, we get to the game no matter what. That means an all-wheel drive SUV you can count on, and that means Honda. And right now, your Upstate Honda dealer has outstanding deals on Honda's all-star lineup, including MVPs like CR-V, HR-V, and the Honda Pilot. And right here, right now, there's never been a better time to get a great deal on an award-winning Honda SUV. For deals and details, visit upstate.hondadealers.com today.
We played them early on, and we're still the same Buffalo Sabres, right? Very talented. Could have gone either way. They gambled a lot, and for not for a long time. I don't know how long. It kind of looked that way. It's going to be the same season again, and all of a sudden, they figured it out. And now, I think now they're for real. Play better defensively. They're structured better, and they have all the talent they collected in the past. All of a sudden, they came to shine. So that was the difference. And I don't know why did it happen at a certain time. I don't know, but I think this team is for real now, and they know how to win now. So it's going to be it's going to be hard. It's going to be a good test, but also a lot of players on their side never been in that situation. So we have to take advantage of that.
Neither of you, big guy. Marco Sturm, head coach of the right. It's funny. Like he's saying all these nice things. I'm like, all right, he's not saying like, oh, a lot of players haven't had that experience. Marco Sturm, first ever playoff series as a coach.
Yeah,
coach of the Bruins, right there.
He probably won as a player, right? Somewhere along the way.
He was in the Thornton trade.
That is the only reason I remember any of his playing career. Although he was a pretty good player, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's fine.
Just wasn't Joe Thornton.
Not a lot of guys are Joe Thornton.
No, he did play 68 career playoff games. So, Sabres got a few guys.
What's your favorite?
They're not none of them.
What's your favorite Marco Sturm playoff game memory?
I can't.
Yeah. 803-0550. Sabres and Bruins. The draft 8 days away. You want to know something funny? Like, is anyone else experiencing this? It's been so long since the Sabres were in the playoffs that I had the thought yesterday, are there hockey games on draft night? The concept to me doesn't even exist. Presumably, for the last 14 years, there have been hockey games on during the draft, and I haven't even thought of it.
Right.
And now it's, what if there's a game during the draft? Oh, well, we'll 2TV that thing, but I'll be locked in on the Sabres.
Yeah.
And we'll pick 21. Who was on the board? I have no idea. We've been living and dying.
Yeah.
I've been living and dying whether or not the Bills will take a receiver for a decade. Not all that time, but most of it. And instead, it seems like they're killing a 5-on-3. I'm living and dying in the next 2 minutes on a hockey game that's actually being played.
I do think the draft, by the way, was one of the tools to show how long the drought had been. Like, it was as exaggerated.
Draft picks since the last Sabres playoff game?
Draft picks made it really seem like it was forever ago.
Are we like Aaron Mabin? Where are we?
The last Bills first-round pick during a playoff series.
Okay. That's going to be – okay, Mabin's too far back.
Mabin's too far back.
It's 2012?
Not by much.
It's 2012?
No.
10-11. The 2011 draft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. What number pick overall was it for the Bills?
Third.
Oh, so Darius.
Wow. Darius.
It's a long time ago.
The Darius draft was the last first-round series. Yeah. Cam Newton.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
Really, you put it this way. Stephon Gilmore was drafted, had an NFL career that's probably the Hall of Fame, and retired all in between Sabre playoff games. It was a long time. Yeah, and I don't ever remember Sabre games being on the same night. I guess you're right. I don't really ever think of a scheduling overlap between the Stanley Cup playoffs and the draft. And I'm watching all those playoff games, but I guess it's just the draft is that night. It's all about the draft.
Can we find like 05, 06, 06, 07? Were any of those games on draft night?
It's a good question.
Have they ever crossed over on – because the NFL draft – it's moved a little bit, but not that much. It's usually late April.
Right.
But 05, 06, 06, 07, right? That's where we're in?
Yes. And I don't think
the 2005 NFL draft.
Is that the Whitner draft when the Sabres are in the playoffs? Right? And then 07 would be Lynch.
Here's one other problem with the crossover. The draft used to just be in the morning. It was not a Thursday, Friday, Saturday event. For a long time, the draft was just on Saturday. When did the NFL go to...
It wasn't still Saturday night, though?
No, noon. Noon or 1 o'clock. The whole draft...
Noon.
The whole draft was ESPN Saturday, Sunday weekend.
I have no memories of a Bills draft pick that wasn't at night.
When I grow up watching the draft, it's probably noon on a Saturday.
Okay.
When did they start going to Thursday night drafts?
I remember when they drafted C.J. Spiller, it was at night. So it's got to be before that.
How about this? 2010 was when they first moved the draft to Thursday night. So that's why.
Spiller?
Yeah, 05, 06, 06, 07. Like, no, there were no crossovers. They did not have a primetime draft.
Yeah.
Could have been the Saturday.
Yeah. So I'm looking right now. I've got it here. On the last time, 11, I guess there was nothing. 2010, the Sabres hosted the Bruins for Game 5 on day 2 of the draft.
Okay.
So Friday night. 07, same thing. Game 3 against the Rangers was day 2 of the draft.
That's on the road in New York.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're already into round 2 by that point. 06, Game 5 of round 1 was the
Islanders.
Islanders. No,
06. That's Philadelphia.
Flyers.
That's a Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon?
Sunday, yeah.
Sunday, 3
So
o'clock.
Sunday, the game would have been going on while the late rounds were going on.
So we've never had it, really, where...
01. Round 1 of the NFL draft, and the Sabres were playing the Flyers. Maybe that was an afternoon game.
Yeah.
So maybe 2001. But even if so, it's been 25 years.
So it's something that other sports cities have dealt with, and we just haven't. Because they've been doing the primetime draft for 15 years on Thursday nights.
Yeah, and I guess can we figure this out? If they play on Saturday, which I feel like that's what the dots kind of point to. If they play on Saturday night, what are the odds that they're playing on draft night?
Well, it goes Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Not likely. If you just do the every other. If there's not a travel day built in or a arena conflict.
That's another thing that do they normally build in a travel day? I don't think so, right? They usually just go every other. Maybe in the finals they'll do a built-in travel day. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that normally looks like for the NHL.
Let's find out. Last year's playoffs opening rounds. I'll just go by series. Sorry, this is very boring. In the Ottawa-Toronto series, 20th, 22nd, 24th, 26th, there was a day built in between games 4 and 5 in that series.
Okay, but not between games 2 and 3?
No.
Okay.
No. Not a gap between games 2 and 3 there. Not there. Here you go. New Jersey, Carolina had a travel day.
All right, so it's possible.
I don't know why they call it a travel day.
Right, they're going to travel on the same day.
An extra day.
An extra day in between.
In the Winnipeg-St. Louis series, there was an extra day between games 2 and game 3.
All right.
And here's one in Dallas, Colorado. There's an extra day between games 3 and 4. So sometimes they throw it in, but it's not a usual occurrence.
Okay. So there'd be a chance then that it would be on the same day, but it doesn't sound like it's likely.
Yeah, it looks like about 75 to 80%.
And when
have
do we
one day between?
Florence and the Machine we learned earlier.
That's the 20th. It's too early.
It's on a Monday.
Yeah,
so that doesn't matter. Game 2 for the Celtics will be on Tuesday. That doesn't matter either,
nope.
right?
Nope. The earliest they could get to Boston would be Wednesday.
Okay, so there's no schedule conflict then for their arena. Until, hold on, April 22nd, Demi Lovato.
Okay, that's Wednesday.
That's Wednesday. Demi Lovato is in Boston at the TD Bank North Garden.
Well, if that's the case,
then we're going to get a draft night playoff game.
Yeah.
If we go Saturday, Monday,
game in between Thursday. Otherwise, you just go Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. So, okay. Demi Lovato
April
at
22nd
TD
at
Garden.
8 o'clock at TD Garden.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we're getting a game on draft night.
I think so. I think so too. Yeah.
Because the only scenario you would not have a game on draft night is if you then started the series Sunday and went 19th, 21st, wait all the way to the 24th. And you could do that because the Western Conference is catching up with a Monday game, but if there's an extra day because of Demi Lovato, I don't buy it. So,
what is the protocol on these concerts are locked in, right? Like the NHL doesn't take you're out. Like they don't kick you out of the arena. You have a show.
No.
All right. So then I think you can't have a game there next Wednesday.
So
you can't have one there Tuesday because the Celtics play.
Right.
Not that you weren't gonna you're not gonna go back to back days anyway.
No.
So, yeah, Thursday.
So maybe Saturday, Monday, Thursday. Or Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday.
But either way.
Thursday.
Either way, you're getting Thursday.
All right.
That could be fine, though. Although, because typically, hockey game starts at 7. It's going to end around 9:30, 9:45. Draft pick for the Bills.
Should be like 10:30.
Normally is 11:30, but there's a new rule on how long teams have, right?
They sped up the clock a little bit.
Okay, so they should be picking a little earlier than normal. They normally pick in the 11 o'clock hour.
Yeah, they moved
now
up
they're
to,
going to pick in the 10 o'clock hour?
This year, from 10 minutes per pick, it's now 8 minutes per pick. So just do the math.
2 times 25,
if you're picking,
that's about an hour. It's 50 minutes.
You should pick an hour earlier based on just that.
So they'll pick around like 10:30 probably.
Think so.
So as long as the Sabres-Bruins game doesn't go to overtime, then you shouldn't have conflict with the Bills pick specifically.
All right.
Bean's going to trade up in overtime, and then you'll have a conflict.
They're on the clock. It's overtime. They're on the clock for 8 minutes. How many times do you take your eyes from one screen to the next? Stoppages only?
Wait, lay that out again.
How often are you taking your eyes off the screen? Stoppages only? I mean, the Bills are on the clock.
Stoppages only.
What can they do? I'm gonna take my eyes away from this for Caden McDonald. All due respect to him, that's fine.
Imagine there's a Sabres scoring chance as the pick is in graphic and Goodell is at the stage. It's going to be tough.
Wow.
I mean, we have 2 eyeballs, but...
How about this? This is from...
looking at the same thing.
A tweet writes in,
Doesn't
I
help.
play men's league at Harbor Center. This is the first year they've had to schedule our games around the Sabres playoffs. Right? We're all... We're all adjusting. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. What else is going on today?
You taking any of the NBA play and stuff? It was great last night.
The format,
other than the
format
broadcast going dark during overtime.
Yeah, they lost the feed for Amazon.
It was great. Yeah, Charlotte, who's never good at anything, they win a huge game in overtime. I mean, these teams might just lose in round 1 anyway, but yeah, the format's great and it gives you good games. So.
Tyler Dunn at golongtd.com has a new piece up on Joe Brady.
Okay.
Long form conversation, interview with Brady. I'm halfway through it right now. It's very good. Very good. Tyler always does great work, so going to finish that a little bit later. Enjoy that. 803-0550. All right. Extendo Sports. We'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Closing in on that Bills, Sabres, draft night crossover event. How about that? Stay tuned. We got some parties to announce soon enough. Are we announcing our parties yet? I don't think our parties are public knowledge yet. Soon.
Soon?
I think so.
Soon?
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Keep your ears open for some parties. There will be partying, is what I'm told. All right, Extendo Sports coming up.
In Western New York, we get to the game no matter what. That means an all-wheel drive SUV you can count on, and that means Honda. And right now, your Upstate Honda dealer has outstanding deals on Honda's all-star lineup, including MVPs like CR-V, HR-V, and the Honda Pilot. And right here, right now, there's never been a better time to get a great deal on an award-winning Honda SUV. For deals and details, visit upstate.hondadealers.com today.
Sabres Bruins it is. And I we can do a lot more of this today. I realized I didn't bring this up yesterday, and it's obvious now. So obvious when we're saying, like, who would it be more obnoxious to lose to, Boston or Ottawa? Who makes you feel like you have to win this series more? And the answer I said is Boston. And then I remembered it's because the Patriots went to the Super Bowl, guys. You can't lose to Boston. It is 6:04, and I'm already like, no. You
Can't
cannot
lose to them.
You cannot lose to Boston. The Bills cannot, the Sabres cannot win the division. The Sabres cannot win the division, breaking their 14-year playoff drought, roll out as the higher seed, and get taken out by some meh Bruins team that is slow and has not played all that well to the finish. They won last night. Good for them. You cannot lose to Boston.
Amen.
All right.
You can't lose the Boston.
You're a little bit about Ottawa. A lot of people out there not quite afraid of Ottawa, but respecting that there may be a better team than they look because of their goaltending issues. They get Carolina. They're on the other side of the bracket. All right, good. Go over there.
Yep.
Maybe they even out the bracket by being over there because they're better than Pittsburgh and Philadelphia.
A little bit.
Okay, good. They're gone. I think that the draw for the Sabres, I couldn't have really asked for it to be any better. To play Boston in the first round, have Tampa and Montreal go head-to-head.
Yep.
One of them gets knocked out. I get the winner of that, and I get home ice in that series if I get there. Like, now that we see the entire East is set, I think it fell nearly perfectly for my best-case scenario in this format.
I don't think it could have gone any better. I really don't. I think the possibility of them opening on the road, which had become more real in recent weeks when Montreal got hot, the odds of them playing Tampa had become a real thing. Like, I'm not sure they ever got above like 25% at the site that I look at, hockeystats.com, for that, but I mean, that wasn't nothing. Like, you could play Tampa in round one because Montreal's tied for first in the division. Okay, I avoided that. I didn't have to play Montreal. Got really hot down the stretch and is as fun and young as any team in the league. They might have the best line in hockey. Don't have to play them. And, yeah, Ottawa for a month, 2 months, it was don't let them in. Don't let them in. They are a great team, and if they figure out how to get Allmark going, they are as dangerous as it gets.
Sabres and Stars tonight. Fan Appreciation Night. The fans will be appreciating the team, the Atlantic Division champs.
Call up all the Amerks.
Yes.
Unlimited roster. Call up everybody.
Shirt off our back night. Do they still do the shirt off the back for the jerseys? If they do, you too can have an Amerks player's jersey. Because
Trevor Kuntar.
Bring him up.
He's a local guy, so that one might actually that would be a good one.
Actually, it's going to be a Colton Chaos night, right?
Yes, but Levi could be his backup.
Let's go Colton Chaos.
Last night, the Hurricanes sat everybody. There's precedent. You could do this. Lindy said yesterday, though, the power play is going to get one more look. That would imply Dahlin and Tage are playing, which I would really hope doesn't happen.
They're on the bench until the power play is called for.
If they are, last night, Aho, Chatfield, Taylor Hall, Seth Jarvis, Keandre Miller, Kochetkov, Slavin, Stahl, Svechnikov, Walker, these are all players the Hurricanes sat. You could just do the same thing. Sit all your best players.
We got to go. We're back tomorrow.